Oh, and we're live. I'm alive. My creation is alive. Hello. It is a Serpentarius or Ophiucus full moon. And the reason we're at such a crazy angle is because I happen to be outside on the patio tonight. And I don't have a really good way of setting up the camera, but we're going to try it anyway because it's much cooler out here. It's been a freaking scorcher of a day. And there's not much to be done about that because it is getting to be June. I mean, it's supposed to get hot. And so we're not, um, out of the range of possibilities here. But the air quality was also extremely bad today, and the heat was just knocking people out, including me. And so it was just hard to hard to get anything done today. So here I am coming on later than I said I would be coming on anymore. I know people were probably expecting earlier, but I had a lot of technical problems too. I had to put in the, it took several times. I kept losing I kept saying nothing scheduled after I had done everything. I'm like, yeah, I do have something scheduled. So I don't know if you got the notification. I don't know what's going on, okay? But it is full moon, so anything can happen. That's one thing that's very true. Whoop. Ain't that easy being a white hat shaman some days. But the lovely moon has not showed itself yet. Um, I'm going to try a little later, hoping to check and see if I can catch the moon as it comes up and see what it looks like. And it was very hard to plan anything the way things were going today. But I do have my pendulum, my cards, and it is finally cool enough out. I have some water to drink if the air is kind of funky. Um, and it should be fairly quiet because at this hour, most people are not going to be using the patio. We got some people that are constantly using the patio. So they kind of hog it. But anyway, so I'm kind of hidden away over here. Hopefully, I will be undisturbed while I do the show. And hopefully, somebody got the notification. Who knows, though? It's completely a crapshoot with lately with YouTube in the last few years. Completely a crapshoot whether anybody gets the notification or not. It's almost to the point of um, where I just, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I keep threatening to leave YouTube, but it's not been easy to get stuff started at Rumble. Rumble has a lot of issues, and live streams are haven't been worked out yet. I'm gonna have to have a computer probably to solve all that. So in the meantime, I'm going to be doing this and just hoping, and it's funny because everybody's like rushing to Rumble and BitChute and having problems with Rumble and BitChute too, because I hear other people complaining. So, uh, what we need is some really good platforms, but who knows? Maybe that's coming in the future. Maybe somebody will build us a really good, smooth running nice platform for, this that's not gonna oh, the air quality is still not that good out here. Well, as you know, part of in the description here, we've got wildfires raging up the whole in various spots all the way up the west coast of North America. And I guess this includes Canada, this includes Mexico, and YouTuber Dutch Sense, who usually looks out for things like earthquakes and reports on them, has been reporting that we have just wildfires breaking out all over the West Coast. So, yeah, the air quality is going to suck. Their call, the weather people, I really found a weather report where we've got record heat coming, and they're talking about the Omega block, which we broke up. I'm going to put links over on our MeWe, that's mewe.com. Galactic Woo Crew. Okay, I'm going to put some links, maybe even put some into this video when I have time. Hey, Jumpin' Gemini, how you doing? I wasn't sure if anybody got note. It was so hard to get this scheduled today. It was like every time I scheduled it, it disappeared. And then I'd wait a little bit, and then I'd try scheduling it again, and then it disappeared again. And so now I'm coming on at almost the time I used to come on. But at least it's cool out. Thank you, Gemini. Yeah. Oh, you've been working on putting the fires out. Good. Yeah, because I called Paul. We've all been working on that. According to Dutch Sense, it's really fires breaking out all along our continental plate, which is really strange. And then, of course, the weatherman is still talking about the Omega block, and and then, of course, they're trying to blame everything on global warming, right? And we know what kind of a sham that is, right? Global warming. Or is it global cooling? Or is it just climate change? Or maybe it's the abominable snowman. Or maybe it's, well, actually, it's more likely to be the abominable snowman doing stuff to snowboard. But then, and what they tell us, right? So, really weird. Well, we knew June was going to be that way, right? I mean, I've been getting June's going to be wild. But the thing about this Ophiucus and the Serpentarius moon is Ophiucus Serpentarius is also a name for it, is the healer. And so hopefully we're going to be doing some healing during this moon. I've been trying to send out healing. Like I said, I've been trying to come on. I've had really weird issues trying to get a program scheduled all the time. I don't know what's going on. Maybe just full moon. I don't know. Maybe just a lot of people are screwing up because it's full moon. Not sure. Anyway, I've got cards and pendulum and some news, and so it's going to be kind of a free for all night. Any kind of thing anybody wants to talk about. But it's odd how this came up, and actually it was Lady Spellbreaker 1313 that sent me the Dutch Sense link, and so Heather Dawn send it to me. She said, well, you told us to send you notification if anything, weird was going on with the weather. And I thought this was pretty weird. I'm like, yes, you're right. This is pretty weird. So, so I got in touch with various people, and Gemini right here is one of them who is in the chat right now. And my friend Paul, who we'll get in touch with, his other friends. And of course, we'll get this handled. Yeah, between the pollen and probably the smoke particles now, it's been kind of hard to breathe outside. It's been hard to breathe in general. Here in Ohio, I don't know what all's going on here in Ohio. You can kind of hear it in my voice. I'm going to have to turn on my air cleaner and start using that. It was blazing today, hot, and my friend invited me out on the patio, and it's just like way too hard to stay out. I was thinking, oh, I could stream from here, and it was just way too hot to stay. And besides, I couldn't get the bloody thing to accept the program, to accept that, hey, I'm trying to put a program on now. Very weird. So it's been just really weird today. Hopefully it'll clear up a little bit later, during the course of the show. And hopefully tomorrow will be okay, because of course we're going to have our full moon readings tomorrow, because it is the closest moon day, Monday, to the full moon, and that's when we do readings usually. Sometimes I screw up and miss that Monday because something else happens. But if it continues to be, if it's nice, hey, we can start doing stuff from the patio, because it's a really nice patio out here. And like I said, as long as I do it when there aren't a bunch of other people there quite often. People really use this patio when during the weekends when it gets warm. So I can't guarantee a thing, but yeah, it would be nice to be able to stream out here. I have a power pack with me so that I'm not going to run out of power tonight, hopefully. We're going to see how it goes. But really, like I said, I don't even know what's going on. I don't even know if anybody's. It seems like Gemini, did you get a notification, or did you just notice I was on? Hey, Alexander. What's up? Cheers and blessings to you too, honey. I gotta have you on. People been bragging you up, Alexander. I need to have you on the show sometime, honey. Let me know what kind of night you could come on. If you want to, of course. I have been trying to get the numerology and gematria and all that figured out myself. I am not a numbers person. That is not really my thing. And I could actually use some help with that. I think most of us could. A lot of us are intuitive, and we're not numbers folks. Not really that numeric. Some of us are a little numerically challenged. So you did get notification. Yay! Mm-hmm. Oh, you would come on? Oh, cool. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Goody? I'm live streaming right now, a show. So I don't even remember. It's so old. You like the hat, huh? Yeah. I don't know. You want me to look for you one? I'm good at finding things. Ah, good luck. I'll fight you. This is one of my neighbors. Oh, you wearing that tie-dye hippie stuff, you hippie.
You got it.
Hippie. Yeah, I'm live streaming. I'm on the air right now. I'm on YouTube right now.
How are you?
Doing a show on YouTube right now.
Oh,
Hey,
where's your dog?
I don't have a dog.
Oh, I thought you had a dog.
No, I have a kitty cat.
Oh, kitty.
Yeah, I have Cowboy, and he don't come out. James Ortiz, how you doing? Hey. Well, you know, you can hang around if you want to see the show, but it's an esoteric show. It's up to you, hun. Anyway, Alexander, you would come on for sure. Great. I have let's see. Where do I have my okay. No, that's not it. That's not what I wanted to put up there. There's my email. Or can I have your email? Or and then I don't give out my number unless somebody is willing to like send me an email. It's just, you know. But yeah, love to have you on. Chilling like Dylan? Okay, pardon me, but does chilling like Dylan, I hope that doesn't mean you're acting goofy and wearing a skirt and trying to be a young girl. You know who I'm talking about. Dilly. You know, Mudvayne. Chilling. And maybe you're chilling like a villain. Maybe you're chilling like Marshall Dillon. Remember Gunsmoke? All right. Okay, we'll set it up, my friend. And that'll be a fun show. We'll have some, finally have somebody who knows numbers. Yay. Because most of us are challenged. And that'll be great. Great. We got to get kind of a network going here, folks. I mean, we've all got strengths and not so much strengths, you know, yeah, that are where we're a little not so much, you know. Not going to say a weakness, but I'm going to say maybe not so much, you know. So, anyway, um, it's a hometown joke. Oh, okay. Hey, come on out. I'm doing a. You can sit around if you want, but I am doing. I don't know. They went that way.
Oh, but they were out here. They saw it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, I'm doing a live stream right now. I'm doing my live stream right now because I figured it'd be quiet and it'd be cold. Oh, well, thank you. Hey, you want to? Maybe I should show you. I've got this. I don't know if you guys can see this. I got my hippie tie-dye stuff on too.
Good. I love it. But
My hippie tie-dye
you know what
stuff.
though? You gotta wash that separate from wash and drip dry.
I know.
Okay.
I know how to do it. I got a bunch of. Oh, come on! I'm an old hippie too. Come on. I'm a flower child. Okay. Well, he went that way because, oh, I love that shirt. You got wings on the back. There are wings on the back. Where'd you get that?
For me and see if I won the lottery.
I just told you I'm doing a live show.
I love you. I don't care.
Well, thank you.
Jason, I talked to days with Eugene Fishing. They sent me a video. Wait till you see it. But do your
Okay.
stuff.
Okay. And I thought I was not good. Hey, bring us down some drinks. Let's have a party. Well, right online.
It's apple wine.
Oh, okay.
Apple wine.
That's cool. I don't mind. Hey, you know, we're having a party here. It's full moon. I love that top though. That's a great top.
You don't care.
You better watch it or you're gonna get videoed.
No.
Okay. Okay. It's hard enough to breathe out of here. Oh geez. But at least it's cooled down. Okay. Yeah, the plants are actually nice. Maybe I should turn the camera around and show you. We got them getting ready to bloom here. A little bit of apple wine won't hurt anybody. If that's what we end up with, that's not bad. And that'll be something nice. Oh, can't really see them too well. But we will be having some plants in bloom pretty soon. So it's going to be a pretty nice place to stream from, and that's going to be a plus. So I got to turn the camera back around now because Janet does not want to be. She does not want to be seen. She is not like me, willing to be seen. Honestly, it took me a while too. I understand. It took me a while to be willing to be. It's a lot. So anyway, oh, it's a hometown joke. Okay, so I don't know about the hometown. I don't know. So anyway, we're gonna have a lovely time out here on the patio, talking about the Ophiucus full moon and what?
17 fabulous.
Wow. Keep it for when you're 70. Hey, I can use it in another 5 years.
Yeah. And I got what? How many?
I don't know. 4? Oh, really? You're a year older than me. You're my elder. No, that's not. Oh, geez. Now do I have to respect you? No, I'm kidding.
No.
Okay. Okay. It's a deal. If you don't respect me, I won't respect you either. They went that way. That way. They went that way, partner. They're sitting up. Maybe they are sitting on a rock. If the full moon is coming up, would you tell me? Because I want to get a picture of it. Oh boy. So anyway, y'all still with me after all that? Anybody still on? Somebody type. Is my stream still going? But anyway, here I thought it was going to be quiet out here. Nothing was going to happen, but looks like no matter where I go, I'm out of my apartment. Somebody, yeah. Yeah, this is the full moon. As a matter of fact, it's the Ophiucus. I don't know. Go find out. It'll be coming up from that way. I don't know. You got to look in the sky and find out. So I'm not going to take any of your credit cards, I promise. Okay, well, I'm doing a stream, so I got to get back to my stream, but it happens every time I try to do a show outside. This happens. Okay. Everybody in YouTube world is going to hear you. Just letting you know. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. So, well, the best laid that's the way it's been. Some of my neighbors are actually pretty cool. Some of them are but you know, that's the way it always is in every neighborhood, I guess. And I'm glad they like my hat, though. I'm glad everybody likes my hat. Okay, so basically, Dutch sense. Back to what we were talking about. Dutch sense is a guy who mostly does earthquakes, but he also notices other things. I mean, he has maps, and you can go online and find where fires are breaking out and where the air quality is bad. And he just noticed while he was checking, I guess, on earthquakes, that he was also seeing a bunch of wildfires breaking out everywhere. And so then he realized that it was following the tectonic plate line of North America. And he was thinking that is kind of odd. I mean, it is kind of wild and crazy. And he's kind of wondering, what the heck is going on here? You know, is this a natural thing that is happening with the earth right now? Of course, they're going to blame this all on climate change in some form or other because that fits the narrative, right? But probably there are other things going on. Oh, James, thanks for typing something. Sometimes things freeze and I can't tell if anybody's on or not. I can't tell who's on and it freezes here. So the chat and the other stuff. So basically, this is an Ophiucus moon. It's a good time for healing. So of course I sent out word to the various people that we need to take care of the wildfires with some rain. And of course I talked to the nature spirits and said, we probably need some rain out there, you know, if this goes beyond a certain point, because some wildfires are perfectly natural, but he just thought, you know, Dutch Sense channel just thought it was really weird that they were breaking out all the way down the coast and around the plate, around the outline of the plate, of our tectonic plate. And it is kind of strange. And he was wondering, is something happening with the plates, with the tectonic plate that we're on? It would be really nice to know. Yeah, the climate is always changing. They're always so, you know, it's like, come on. It's like all of these fires out west are going to cause change. You know, everything's going to cause change. Everything causes change. You know, everything that anybody does or doesn't do is going to change something. It's all crazy that they want us to believe that we should drop all our whole lives and, you know, switch everything around because supposedly climate change. And actually, our um, our solar system is going through a patch of space. We are being told, or at least this is what we are told. We've hit the photon belt. We knew we were going to hit the photon belt. Some people who have studied figured this out. We knew we were going to hit the photon belt. And when we hit the photon belt, it's going to get warmer. It's going to get warmer all over. Anything that goes through this photon belt, because it's a photon belt, it heats things up. So things are going to heat up. So the whole, you know, every planet in the solar system is going to heat up a bit. It's just the way it works. So yeah, the self-causing wildfire, right? Um, oh yes, yeah, I agree, Alexander. We can't say the words, you know, DS, but yes, there are. We suspect definitely there are people causing this. that this is not a natural. I mean, all of us got this is not a natural thing being done. And Alexander said he just saw a video of, yes, people dropping fire and using a laser. And oh, it's hot in Aruba. Is that where you are, Aruba? Well, Aruba. Aruba. Wow, what a cool place to be. Or actually, it's hot. I guess you were just saying it's hot, very hot. Anyway, yeah. It seems like yeah, terraforming. I've mentioned this before. Attempts at terraforming this planet, and I said this way back when I was in college, and my friend said, "That's ridiculous. Who would be trying to do that?" I said, "Somebody who is used to a different climate, to a far warmer, radioactive, poisoned climate. What if there's life forms?" I said, and I remember having this discussion because we all liked Star Trek, right? We all liked science fiction. We were big science fiction geeks, right? And I postulated the theory. I said, hey, what if there really are some beings, some creatures, some aliens or life forms that are intelligent and they live in an entirely different kind of environment than we do? What if they need it to be really warm, radioactive, polluted? What if they thrive on all that? What if methane gas? What if they breathe methane? You know, there could be different forms of life, and if so, then giving us certain technology and giving us um, and doing other things could, result in us helping them terraform this planet into something that would be better for them and worse for us. Because it seems like everything is making us weaker. What if at the meantime and at the same time, it's making it more habitable for something else? Well, oh, if you need rain, Alexander, let us know. We send rain. We're we're down with the rain elementals, with the water elementals and the sky elementals. If you need rain, just say we need rain. But now that you're in hurricane, you're going to get some, right? You're going to get some rain. So we don't need to send you rain, do we? Matter of fact, we might need to calm down the hurricanes just a bit. Remember, all storms are an attempt to clean up negativity. It's Mother Nature sweeping with a big broom. It happens on a pretty regular basis that we have storms. Storms have a purpose, a natural purpose, and it's to clean things up, both physically and emotionally as well, and sometimes spiritually too. And so you can actually, yeah, I have many times split a storm. This is something that old time shamans always did to protect their area. It's getting to be tornado season here. I'll probably have to protect my area here from a few tornadoes and a few storms. We also have some pretty amazing storms here in Ohio because we have such varied conditions and a lot of water. This is a very watery area. That's another thing that Dutch Sense was saying. The places he was seeing all this stuff breaking out. he was saying it's odd because a lot of the places have a lot of water. What's this? Why is it breaking up? That would be now, it'd be really weird. Like we got a bog very nearby. It's wetlands all over the place here. And if we would ever catch on fire, now that would, God, don't let that happen. All of you, remember, I'm God, you're God, we're all God. Let's not let that happen. Because if so, that's pretty bad. Because we're so wet here. And hopefully I can show you some of the beautiful wetlands we have here. Hey, Zaid, what's up? Yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Somebody thinks I'm gorgeous, at least. So it's real cool here right now. Right. No, they're not gonna succeed. Yeah, they're not gonna succeed. We're not gonna let it look. Too many of us are awake now. Your favorite white hat, one of your favorite white hat shaman is on the case here, and I know a lot more of us, and we're not gonna let this happen. Okay? We got friends in high places, very high places, the highest places. So we're not going to let the terraforming happen. So don't worry about it. That, there are going to be areas that are going to be hit with things, but they're not going to be. Wow. What a change. Do you know it's actually getting cold out here? After this blistering hot day that exhausted everybody, one of the reasons I'm on late, in fact, is that the heat was just wiping everybody out, including me. And I was thinking, oh, gee, I'd like to go outside and do a stream. It's just like if I sat down a minute, I was like, just wanted to sleep. It was I resist turning on air conditioning. I will admit it. I don't like to turn on my air conditioning. I like to get used to the heat so that it's not bothering me. Um, so yeah, what does Zaid mean? A white hat shaman. Good name, yeah. Yeah, I think Ocean the White Hat Shaman, right? D Ocean the White Hat Shaman. Um, might be a good name. Um, yeah, we're not gonna let this place be terraformed that way. It's not happening. Um, we're really getting enough people connected in now, knowing that what they can do. Okay, knowing, remembering that we don't have to settle for letting these other energies, entities, whatever, mess with our world. We don't have to do that. We are capable of doing something about this. And we have big friends that are willing to help us with this too. We're not alone here. And I mean, not just the terrestrial nature spirits, and not just Mother Earth herself, who, by the way, is a very, very sweet and wonderful, loving entity. Mother Earth doesn't hate any of you or me, or she doesn't hate us. She understands. She's been around a long time. She's a really big planet. She's gone through a lot of transformations. She's ascending too. And she's kind of dragging us along with her. Very kind of us, kind of her to let us come along for the ride, right? So, Mother Earth, she's not wrathful against us or anything. Please don't let anybody ever convince you that. And she's not sick and dying. She's not. She's a healthy, big, healthy planet. She's not dying. She's not weak. She's not sick. So I hear people say that you have not really talked to her, have you? You have not really talked to Mother Earth, have you? Because if you really had, you would know better. No, she is not weak or sick or dying. She is a big, strong, healthy planet, and she's fine. She's just going through her ascension symptoms as well as we are. And, she has a right. Let's face it, planets have a right to have symptoms too. If I convert myself mutant like a vampire, is it possible? Well, sweetheart, I wouldn't advise it because you're not going to do very well when the photons really start hitting, because the photons are light and you're going to fry. So I would say probably not. Yeah. Yeah. Mother Earth vibing high, and change is going to happen. She's growing. Mother Earth grows a little bit, and people don't realize this. But she grows too. She's a living thing. She grows. She's not static. She's not, a dead piece of rock. She's a living organism. People don't understand that yet. Science is not really down. They're kind of getting the idea, but they don't quite have it yet. They don't quite have it down. She is a life form. She is going to change and grow. She is going to go through her cycles and seasons. That's what always happens. Okay. Happens all the time. That's just part of life. It's every kind of life is like that. Okay. Hey, wow, what's up, John? Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be on this late, but things just effed up so badly all day. I couldn't get on earlier. How did you do? I couldn't get on. I had trouble with I ended up not being able to even listen to the end of your show. Oh yeah, there's a lot of dumbs around the world, and I know that I don't know whether it was psychically or whether I was really hearing things, but during the lockdown, supposedly is when these things, remember when Trump was in office? That's when they started doing all this. I started hearing shots and bangs from out in the fields. I know that we have an underground. I know that, Akron, I've seen the Akron underground, parts of it. I worked in Akron. I worked for some corporations. I saw the underground. I was a mail girl for a while, and mail girls, they go all over. And so I know that there's these very deep, and I was only on the first few levels. God knows what's under there, but I was hearing booms and bangs and gunshots, and nobody was reporting anything. No, there wasn't any police, there wasn't any sirens, there wasn't anything, it's like, heck? But I heard them. Now, was I hearing them psychically? I don't know. Or was I really hearing them just below the surface, fighting this out? Maybe, maybe. Um, your enteritis. Oh, my internetus. Yeah, my internetus. The internetus has been kind of goofy. You were sleeping all day too, huh? Yeah, it was just really hot today, and the internet was just screwing around. So I wasn't really I'm going to move this. I hate to tell you guys, but I am going to have to move back in. I was going to try and do this whole thing outside. I'm going to have to move back in. Now it's the opposite. It's chilly out here. It's actually getting to be freezing cold out here. I wonder how cold it probably isn't that cold. Probably just feels cold after all this heat, but it's really cold now. I'm going to have to go back in. Okay, so walk with me back in. And oh, so how did the class go? And you know what? I fell asleep. I even fell asleep, John, for our destination last night. I don't even know what our destination was. I felt, you know what? Lately, I have been falling asleep for the destinations. It's just getting to be too late for me to stay up if I'm up all day. I can't quite make it through the last. I close my eyes to see something, and then instead of remote viewing, I'm falling asleep. It's like, now what do I do? So anyway, where did we go? Hey, B. Hey, B. Oh, yeah, now it's finally warmer in here. Whew. Want to see the never-ending... Let me show you the hall. You can see the hall. Our hall. People say, oh no, that looks like that Infinihall from the it does kind of look that way. The Infinihall. Wait a minute. Let me get ready here. I got to put my keys somewhere safe. Oh gosh. Okay, here's the Infinihall footage. I don't think anything's really going to jump out. No, nothing's going to jump out. Fortunately, any haunting that there was, I took care of. It's all gone. If there was anything here, it's gone. I keep it pretty clean around here. Here we go. The long hall. Just keeps going and going. Except this is where I am. Okay. See? It's my door. Where you hide the blood cats? I know! Other people have said that. Reminds them of The Shining. But I've cleaned the place up, so you won't see. You know, that's the problem. Maybe that's why I never get invited to go to a haunting, is because I'll clean them up, I'll cross them over. I'll cross them over, and then there's no more haunting. And there's Cowboy saying hello. Did you hear that? Come on over. There's our handsome hero. Meow. Yeah, I'm home. You gotta come and give me some love, 'cause I'm home. Here you are, baby. My baby. You're such a sweet boy. Purr, 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 purr. That's my baby. See, my lovely. I don't know if you can really see the, it's where I keep all my teapots and cups. I love my tea sets. Anyway, I'm going to turn the camera back around. This has been very chaotic camera work, so that we can start get back on track here. My gosh, it went from scorchingly hot to freezing cold, man. Freezing cold out there now. At least it feels like it. Okay, let me get my stuff back out of here. In fact, oh, you're wondering, yeah, where's Timmy? Count the bodies like sheep to the rhythm of them war drums. Yeah, I'm good at getting rid of random spirit. I don't let them hang out. Where does the blood come flowing? I know, it's weird. The catacombs filled with the bone. You did the catacomb. Doggone it! Doggone it! I'll have to go back and see that then, because I guess since I'm the one that suggested it, I suggested it, and then I couldn't be there. Take my water. I have a very pretty hydrogen water maker that I'm very, very thrilled with. It's a beautiful, really beautiful thing. I'm going to have to show at some point. Maybe I will. At some point, show you how hydrogen water is made. Okay, get up there. Go on. Quit arguing. You know the routine. Yeah, we're going to do the show now. We're doing the show. You going to help Mom? Of course. Mr. Wonderful's going to help Mom do the show. Okay, just a moment. Hydro water, yeah. Actually, you can get a small hydrogen water maker online. Cat likes it. Cat likes what? Oh, meow. Oh, okay. I actually like that band. Now they want me to update. No, I'm not going to update in the middle of a live stream. There's Cowboy being himself. Okay. So my co-host is here, and lucky me. I'm a lucky woman. I have a furry co-host. My little furball co-host. And he's so happy Mom's back. Mommy's home and being outside. He's probably wondering why I didn't bring. Were you hunting, Mom? Did you bring back a good kill? Are we going to share it like War Brothers or whatever? Cats probably figure you're out hunting. Somebody surmised. Ah, what? What kitten? Well, now the charger is talking to me. Oh, he's okay. He's had enough today. He gets so freaking spoiled. He is one of the most spoiled cats, most loved, spoiled little cats. He gets brushing sometimes twice or three times a day now. His other mommy never brushed him. He had great big mats. All she did was feed him. She didn't pet him. She didn't know how to have a cat. She just fed him. And he was alone most of the time. And now he's spoiled. I'm very happy to have all the love I can give him. So he wants all the love he can get. Oh, you have dog and cat treats and no critters. See, I'm going to turn that off. That was really bothering my eyes. I hope you don't mind the shade here. Ooh, that was really screwing with my eyes after being out in the dark. Oh yeah. Perfect circle. Yeah. Maynard was from around here, you know. Good mopping job. Can barely see any blood. Oh, well, thanks. Yeah, they're really good around here. Yeah. Yeah, the blood flooding out, it's a lot to keep up, but they do a pretty good job with it. Every time it floods out, they have to do a shampoo, but I'm going to be upset with this destination. Yeah, Maynard is from near here. Maynard, a lot of people, a lot of creative people come from this area. Weird Al Yankovic, Bob Hope, not from this particular area, but Weird Al, yeah. He used to, as a matter of fact, I met him down in Kent here. Who else? Matter of fact, I hear Maynard has a winery somewhere around here in Ohio. Somewhere in Ohio. I'm not sure where, but yeah. I hear he's doing wine now. One of his things. So, I'm trying to think of who else, but yeah, Devo. I knew Devo. I knew those guys. Mother's Cause. Not well, not really very well. They were friends of friends, but I did meet them. Trying to think of who else, but one time I thought about it and it's like, really, a lot of people come from here. A lot of talented people come from this area, come from Ohio. So, yeah, not just your typical place. And it's funny because Sting doesn't come from here, but I saw a picture of him standing in front of what looks like a place around here. Looks like the Flats in Cleveland. It turns out that wasn't the Flats in Cleveland. That was his place, Wall's End, in England. And I'm like, you're kidding. But it looks the same. Honest, it looked like he was standing right outside right by the bridge downtown in Cleveland. So maybe there's something about the environment. Oh, you got to see how lazy he is. This is, they give you that look. He says, okay, you're back. Bellies need rubbed, Mom. They're not going to rub themselves. My belly's not going to rub itself. You've been gone, and now you owe me a belly rub. Look at how lazy he is. How entitled you are, Mr. Cowboy. You're Mr. Entitled Kitty. Yes, and you know that Mom will do it, though, because I love you so much. You have such a fluffy belly. I love you. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm so glad I took him in. He's a wonderful kitty. Casey Kaysen. Yeah, that's right. And then actually Frankie Yankovic. You have a cow, dear, you ought to bury. Well, don't have a cow. Casey can son? Okay. Saw Ray Charles, the Eagles, Pink Floyd. Oh, okay. I Oh, did Pam come in? Hi, Pammy. How you doing? Yeah, so anyway, I want to know what you guys think about this bizarre thing that Dutch Sense was saying, and Dutch Sense is spelled DUTCHSINSE. Okay, you can look him up, and actually, I think John had his stuff up, his video up. Yeah, you did earlier today. Oh yeah, Dean Martin. That's right, Dean Martin. So yeah, what was I saying? Me. Yeah, what do you think of this? Isn't this bizarre that he noticed that these are occurring right around where our tectonic plate is? Maybe the Earth is growing. Maybe she's actually growing and we have some kind of heat coming up. Or maybe it's, directed energy. You got to be careful what you say because the algorithms, but algorithms, who could ask for anything more? I could ask for better algorithms. I could ask for better. I really could. Yes. Oh, you're so cute. It's a good life I have here. It's a good life I have here. I can't really, well, I could complain, but why? Wouldn't help. Yeah. There's a abbreviation letters. Do. Like the morning dew. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to be cooked. That's right. Well, that's just it, is who's doing this? So we got that this is not natural. I mean, that is something that we considered because we know Earth is going through her stuff. And, she could just be experiencing certain things because she's um, evolving, ascending herself and stuff. But we got the impression that that isn't what was happening. And so that means that if we're ever going to take up the reins and if they're ever going to give us the keys to this planet, um, which actually we do have the keys to this planet, that's why some of the angels are actually stepping back, is because we're actually stepping forward now. Don't worry that the archangel, if we ever need them, they'll be right there. Okay. And they promised me that. The angels are all set, they're saying, we're not leaving you alone, but we're going to let you do things that you can do yourself. We're going to let you do them, which actually I would expect, and will help, is what they've been telling people. Me too. It gave me the same message. Space seems like a big, or like a swamp, a bog or a swamp. Local bonos about, I forget about that message. Yeah. Yeah, see, I got, I've been getting, also I had a dream that I never did bring forth, but it was like a warning. It was like, basically in the dream, I was being warned, whoever my boyfriend was in the dream, who I didn't recognize, was warning me he was going to be unemployed for a while because my boyfriend or spouse or whoever it was in the dream, the man, said he was going to be unemployed because a while back we had an attack. He said, you didn't tell me about this. He said, well, but it happened again. I'm going to be unemployed for a while. I'm there, wait a minute, you got to tell me more about this. And then he took off, and I'm like, what? So then the next day I wake up and I see that Dutch census saying that there's wildfires breaking out all over and I'm there like, is that what was going on? And unemployed? What does that mean? That he's going to be unemployed? I don't understand. But anyway, some kind of an attack. So I'm like, or am I misunderstanding that? So I don't understand that dream. I know we were walking around in the woods, and there was this really nice place in the woods that we stopped that was interesting because it was almost like a greenhouse. It was almost, but not quite. Um, it was like a cabin almost, but it was big and airy. But the whole front of it was screens. It was just a screen, and the door was a screen door, and so you could see out the whole front of the cabin. Really pretty woods that we were in. I mean, I loved walking through there. So it was a beautiful place. So I don't know what that, and I was going to say, what the heck does that mean? What the heck does that dream mean? But, oh, and now, of course, somebody's calling me. It's Janet. I'm doing a live stream. Janet's calling me. Some streams are like that, you know, they're just like that. She'd probably come knock on my door next. Slang esoteric. Don't worry about a thing. I got laid off so many times starting in the 80s. Yeah, I know. The 80s was a rough time. Oh, your roommate had a reaction to medication, was crazy all night. Oh, great. Yeah. Well, yesterday and today, really, the new moon or the full moon and new moon have 3 days before, 3 days before and 3 days after. So we're still in, technically, we're not at the zenith of the full moon, but we're still in the new moon time period. Or I mean, full moon. I can't even say that right. We're still in the full moon time period. Ophiucus or Serpentarius, my full moon, actually. This is my full moon. Mine. It's all mine. All mine. Um, so really, this, I think, in conjunction with all the other stuff that's going on in June. When I said June was going to be a lively month, oh gosh, yeah, it's starting right out. I mean, starting right out lively, right? Starting with a whole bunch of fires on the West Coast, all the way up and down the West Coast and down into Mexico and up into Canada and even up into the UK, I guess. And that's a lot of fire. So that's going to be blowing because everything blows west to east. So that's going to be blowing a lot of smoke over us down here or over here. And so our air quality, on top of everything else, on top of what all the chemical spills and everything did, it's really been kind of challenging. I'm glad I live in the country and I'm not in the city. If I lived in a city, I'd probably be going a lot more nuts. I'm so glad I don't live in the city. You don't remember lots of linear time issues? Boy, I do. Yeah. Um, actually, linear time has gotten so flaky for me. I really have to keep my eye on it sometimes because it'll just poof. Like today, it just poof. It's like it's somehow today. It was 1 o'clock. It was 6 o'clock. Then suddenly it was 10 o'clock. Then suddenly it was 1 o'clock. I'm like, shit. And then I saw Max Vision come on and I saw them a little while and then fell asleep. No, first I got distracted by something. Then I fell asleep. Then suddenly, you know, and all this time, every time I wake up, I'm trying to program a live stream. And I look and no live stream, no live streams planned. And I'm like, I just did that. So it was all the way up. Yep, there's Janet. Janet, I'm still doing my show, honey. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, sweetie. Okay. Oh, okay. 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 Anything else? Let's get it all out of the way. That's what it was like all day. It was like that all weekend, in fact. The whole dang weekend. It's been like that. So, oh, geez. Hello, Lewis. How you doing? Yeah, isn't that interesting? And they both come from the same area of the world, and yet they're at war, or were at war, have been been at odds, along with the Jewish people. All three coming from the same root, and yet all having trouble with each other. Kind of crazy, huh? Yeah. Well, but you see, once you realize that the God of the Old Testament was actually a war god, um, and not Jesus's father, whose name wasn't even Jesus, then then it starts to unravel from there. The more you study, the more you begin to realize that the Father in heaven, that the person they were calling Jesus, uh, it talks about as being his Father in heaven, could not possibly be the same as the God in the Old Testament, because it just doesn't fit, just doesn't work. And that would be plain to see if there weren't people that um, basically programmed you to think otherwise. Yeah, and the weekend is suddenly over. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, the more you study back into it, I'm not the only one who studied this. So anyway, it's like I'm not going to go into this again. We know why this is. We know why this is. It doesn't have to stay that way. We can all get along. We can decide to get along, you know? Well, yeah, it keeps coming up. This thing keeps coming up. And it's sad, really, because we could just decide to get along. We could just decide that it's not really important. Nah, I ain't gonna get into it tonight. I'm done. I'm not gonna get into it tonight. I've said it before. I've said it all before, what I think about the whole thing. And me, you know how I feel. I've said it. You know what I think, you know what I believe. It's what I always tell you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Oh, gee, was his name really Emmanuel? Wait a minute, what happened to this Emmanuel? And they'll call him Emmanuel. Wait a minute. Well, they didn't call him Emmanuel, they called him Jesus. No, they didn't call him Jesus. His name was Yeshua. Wait a minute. Yeah, there's so much stuff like that. Like I said, don't get me started. Don't get me started rolling down that aisle, because basically there's too much there. I mean, maybe someday we'll just do a show on how ridiculous the whole thing is. Okay. But, you know, but really Billy Carson does a great job with that. You can see it on Billy Carson's channel. He explains the whole thing. He did the same research I did pretty much, and even a little more. Still came to the same conclusion that I did. So there you go. The more you know, the more you're going to come to the same conclusion I did. That's just the way it is, folks. That ain't me trying to just make up shit. Well, when you realize that Jesus, first of all, okay, I'm going to go over this again. There was no J. There was no J back at that time. There no J. You know, J wasn't invented until later. It was a y or an I sound. Isis. Isis. But Jesus. But this is obviously a translation because Jesus means Hail Zeus. And since he was the son of God, their God was Zeus. So they translated it Hail Zeus. So, you know, son of Zeus. So that is the way that they translated it. That was not his name. That was never his name. It never was. And this explains why back when I remember when I was growing up and I would read the esoteric stuff. And a lot of the ascended masters, when they talk, they would say the one they call Jesus. That's how they would call him, because otherwise people wouldn't know who you were talking about. The one they call Jesus. And I'm like, the one they call Jesus. I'm like, why are they saying it like that? Well, then I found out. Yeah. So it's even more. There's even more. Like I said, I'd be pissing people off right and left. I could really be pissing people off. I know enough to really, really piss people off. Maybe I will one day. Maybe I'll just let loose. Because there are people who've done very deep research. And oddly enough, I met some of them in that 3D place I told you I designed things for. The probably what is the underpinning of the Matrix probably was the very first inklings of what will eventually turn out to be the Matrix. Remember, time is all distorted. Their time is weird. It's not. Yeah, in a lot of languages, I and Y and J, yeah, really like Yump and Yiminy, right? Yeah, and Isis, which is very close to Isis. Close enough that people could get confused. And the I and the J, both being used for that name. And remember, they used to say Year of Our Lord, right? That's why on some of these monuments and coins and different things, maps and so on, that funny looking one isn't a one. The one that looks different from the rest of the numbers doesn't look like it's in the same style. It's not a one. It's an I or a J. So really, if it's 19 something in that, 1918 would be 918. Would be the year 918. So that means somebody's actually got a video still a recording, not a video, recording that still exists of a very old train terminal that had that a train terminal. Think about this train terminal that had that marked on it. Obviously, it was not matching the rest of the numbers. That means that train terminal was actually built in what they were considering the year 90 something. Okay, 905, not 1905. So very suspicious. There's suspicious stuff like that all over. Yeah. Well, yeah, the whole thing is just here. I'm gonna say a lot of what we hear. It sounds a lot like a space cargo cult. Sorry, you don't know what cargo cults are? Refer to some of my earlier videos, or look up cargo cult on YouTube. There are things that explain cargo. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there is no God. Certainly not. But it means that God is certainly a lot different and not some character that came from the sky. Okay. It's God with a small g. Any character that came from the sky, and yeah, that's God with a small g. So, and yet, if the Anunnaki tweak our really did tweak our DNA, then that's our ancestors, and we were them at one point. We were those gods. Yes, intentional misteaching people, intentionally misteaching people. The oldest Bible is actually Ethiopian, I think. It's Ethiopian or Nigerian. I think it's Ethiopian. So really the oldest Bible, Jesus isn't even white, I don't think, in that Bible. I mean, because they're children, and by the way, the one they call Jesus and Miriam were married and had kids. So, and that's in there. But see, the earlier forms of the Bible were a lot different from what King James just butchered the Bible, really, to suit himself. Remember, they were translating it and trying to appease a king who was not a nice guy. King James was not a nice guy. If you didn't do it the way he liked it, death, it would be your death by horrible means. He was not a nice guy. So you translated it the way he wanted you to translate it. Yeah. Mhm. Not exactly, Lewis. But here we go again. All three religions come from the same area. What does that tell you? They have the same main deity. They're called for short the Abrahamic religions because really they all come from Abraham lineage. Okay? That's the background. Abrahamic. All three. Catholicism, Christianity, and the Hebrews, of course. So I guess we're getting sucked into another religious discussion here. Although, well, if that's what you want to discuss, I guess. Um, but really, what I was hoping to do is do some healings for people out there. I'm going to be sending some healings out. So hope you're sticking around. We'll save the religious discussion. But I did say it was a free for all tonight, whatever anybody wanted to discuss. Oh, are you taking off, John? Okay, I understand. Past your bedtime. Thanks for stopping by. I want you on the show again, too. We'll have to discuss it. If you have WhatsApp, I can email you my phone number, or you can email me your phone number or something. We can talk on WhatsApp so we don't incur expenses. So, anyway, what I was going for tonight was hoping for is some kind of understanding of what, okay, is anybody out there needing healing? I bet there are, because I'm about to send out some healing. Okay, since it's Ophiucus, best the Ophiucus is the healer sign. It's an Ophiucus full moon. One of the best things we can do is send out healing to celebrate it, I would think. I'm going to send out some healing. No, that's okay. I told you. I told you it was a free for all. So I guess that's what you wanted to bring in. That's what you brought in. That's okay. It's just that it seems to add it. It's a very polarizing subject for a lot of people, and that's why I usually state it once and then don't go back over it because it's polarizing. It's, I've I've stated my opinions on this very frequently, and um, really don't wish to put anybody off, but what can you do? I'm the last person that's going to tell you what you have to believe. I'm just going to say that from my heart, from my belief, you're God, you're divine. You always will be. You always have been. God loves you because really the creative force in the universe is love that really does make the world go round. It really does lead to creation. It is the creative force. It is love. So, but it's everything. Yeah, I'm getting off the subject now. I'm going to move on. Um, Anybody who wants some healing, I'm feeling stuff coat. Okay. I'm feeling the power. Thank you. All I said was anybody wants healing, and there it is. It's time for me to do my job. Oh, you don't love God, Zaid. Well, Zaid, you see, I believe that I am God, and you are God. And that we're all God. Okay, Zaid. I did research on that too, Zaid. I know who that actually is, not who you think either. If I told you about that, maybe you'd get pissed off who that really is. But I'll save it for another show. Don't want to piss you off, but he ain't what you think either. None of them are. None of these entities are what we've been told. None of them. You're certainly not the first one I've met, dear. There are many in Kent. There were many in the place, like I said, there were many in the chat that I used to go to. You run into that everywhere. None of these guys are what we've been told. None. When you really research it, it's all a sham. The whole thing, everything. Sorry. Sorry to have to tell you. No matter what side of the aisle you're on, it's all contrived. All of it. Sorry. That's what's going to be a big shock. When people really, really wake up and find out what really has been happening, most people are going to be shocked to the bone. Right to the bone. When they figure out what's really been happening all this time. Fortunately, I've had time to get used to the concept that everything's different from what we've been told. Some of us have had time to get used to that. It's going to be a huge shock to most people, no matter whose side you're on. In any event, whoever needs the healing, I'm asking that it goes wherever it needs to go. Do whatever it needs to do. And my hands are finally cooling off, so I'm going to put them down now. Okay. So, here comes the light language. And anybody who hasn't seen me do the light language yet, light languages. Actually, Judy Satori popularized this. If you haven't heard of her, you might want to go check out Judy Satori. She does a lot of this sort of thing. Here comes the light language. And then we'll do some toning, sending you some healing, sending you some Or at least that's what I think is going to happen. I don't know. I'm an Ophiucus born. I never know what's going to happen next for sure. It's it's a very intuitive life. Let's put it that way. I never know what's going to happen. Okay. What the deal? Itaka. Scopriamo sia. Pourquoi? Conferiamo. Videriamo. Vorrei ora che io chiamo di quelli che non si chiamano di dire che mi dire vabbè. Vuoi fare i ministeri uniti skinny BD, that's what you know. You can't be out to new me, it's give a mamma. You better have this many of us go to ma, ah, they be at un ball. You better eat a house of money on money. I have any idea what is going to some name of Australia, that's it, my name. It's happening, I wish for a breed of world. Our horror, horror, no, we better have, ha, horror, Vaya, vaya, very breeder. Hi, vaya, vaya, horror, horror, I, 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 what a typical work, but you are the call. I fear somebody getting up to call. A verbal you, I, verbal, where is your whatever. Yaris even when you are at the area of the Sabida or Buria or Bunchikari. Maybe it's when you bring for it, I want any get Kataga, Moody of the Siberia. Very particular place has got to there. What was it? I'm not going to Risquara umbo get some ba, you know, everybody got up there just put about the other. Whatever is the lady about what he should everybody was to be. No problem. Scared of the other days come up and you're going to make it in when you up there, you better get together. Every is your man. It is very beyond. Over everybody else. On any. I very risk money and animal put up this money. Why do you put it? What is going to put it? Very bullshit. Morale. Morira. Poria. Well, that was interesting. Wow. Well, that sent me somewhere. I gotta take a moment. Yes, it is, Luz. It's very fast. Like I said, it reminds me of that Star Trek episode where the people were very much sped up and all they could hear was something that sounded like an insect buzzing. Then they found out it was because it was very fast. They were very speeded up. Whoever, the beings, this part of me, actually, because this is part of this is a fractal of my larger self. Whoever this is must be pretty high vibrational because it's so darn fast. I don't even know how I'm talking that fast. That's not a normal cadence for me at all, not even close. So, and it's so fast. It's like trying to even make out the individual words. And Marilena says she gets that too. And she says, sometimes you have to if you're trying to understand what they're actually saying, you have to get them to slow it down and then, but it seems like they have a lot to say and they're trying to get it all out in a short time. I mean, they have a lot to say. And probably if I slowed that down enough to break it down, we'd be here all night trying to decode that, whatever that was that they were doing. But it was some kind of healing. So, are there any tones that we need tonight? Moo, 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 I thought I was going to moo like a cow there for a minute. If I was a really, really serious person, I'd scare myself. It's always kind of eerie when it oscillates like that. Yeah. It's light language. Channeling, speaking in tongues. I kind of think it's probably the same thing, maybe. It's what I tend to think, Lewis, is that maybe speaking in tongues of light language is the same thing. Supposed to be gifts of the spirit. I don't know. You tell me. My opinion is it probably is the same thing. Hard to say. It sounded like Lemurian or Atlantean, yes. Mu is the name of the continent, wasn't it? Yeah, Lemurian. You're right. Maybe it was. I'll ask them if they have anything else. You have anything else, any other tones you want to bring up? There wasn't any throat singing tonight, did you notice? No throat singing yet tonight. You have anything else? Oh, my. Oh, 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 oh. Wow. I know how it makes me feel. Yeah, a lot of times it's like I'm just watching it, like I'm just listening, like I'm kind of standing off to the side a little bit, or it's hard to describe. But I know it's me. It's a part of me. It's a fractal from my higher self. Possibly the part that was in Atlantis or Lemuria. You know, time exists as one. It isn't linear like we think. As a matter of fact, as I've said many times, absolutely nothing is as we've been told. Nothing. We've been lied to constantly, gaslighted, lied to, and programmed. What we think we know, when you really research it, we don't know that at all. The more you know you don't know. It's the truth. The, the more you study and find out, the more you realize, oh God, there's so much more that I don't know. And do you see that weird skip? That was weird. Hey, Michelle Cannon Free, how you doing? Much love. Much love to everyone. Wow. Well, I'm well. Just found it hard to stay awake all weekend again. And it's been very hot and it's been the air quality has been very bad lately. And part of it's the wildfire stuff blowing over here, and part of it's a pollen season. You know, part of it's the toxic freaking spills that they've blown up and burned and put into our atmosphere, and part of it is it's just, you know, I'm doing fine though. Once again, one thing I noticed is there are a lot of people not doing fine, but I'm doing fine. So I can't really complain about it. I am doing wonderful. And by comparison to many, 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 many people in this world, I would have to say excellence because, you know, um, I am being taken care of in every way. So um, even though everything's not smooth as glass, uh, what fun would that be, right? If it was. So these minor ripples that I undergo from time to time are just stuff I know I can handle. And I'm getting to the point where I know I can handle all this. And knowing that, and knowing that I can do something about it all, that I'm not powerless. And having it proved to me that I'm not powerless has made all the difference. Because once you know that you are not this little bug, this little worm that you've been led to believe, you're not this powerless uh, creature, you're not a powerless, soulless creature in a cold, cruel world. You are a powerful being, an infinite, divine being. In a world that's actually loving and gifting if you latch onto that frequency. If you latch onto that frequency, it's actually a very benevolent place for the most part, and you'll be looked after. If you latch on to the lower frequencies, like I was for a long time, I got knocked into a lower frequency and was in that state for a long time, and everything was horrible. It was pretty horrible. Being that, and I remember how painful it was, how scary it was, how awful it was. It was awful. It was scary. It was the feelings of powerlessness, uh, the feelings that maybe the universe was against me. I remember those days. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand. But now that I know who I am, that's gone. So um, it's very comforting, and I've had it proved to me. So, that's the great thing. I said, guys, if this is the truth, you're going to have to prove it to me. You're going to have to show me because I believe in you, but you know, I got to have some examples. If you want me to tell people about it, I've got to have some examples to point to. And so, yes, as I am gaining back my abilities, I am, our godlike superpowers. I'm telling you about it. It's like we're not helpless on any of this stuff. We're not helpless. We've flattened tsunamis. We've sent rain. We've sent, and that's just the climate. That's just the environment. We can do more than that. We can go farther, but we're taking it a bit at a time, proving it to ourselves that it does actually work, that the magic actually works, whatever you want to call it, the magic, the energy, the whatever, the energy work, and then going on. So, it's not something you necessarily want to eat in great big chunks. Sometimes you want to apply it um, in smaller ways and build up, right? Because we were first just sending rain and flattening a tsunami here and there, splitting a storm. Now we're unlocking omega blocks, um, dealing with uh, some kind of episode that's happening in the West, all along the coast. We're just doing bigger things. It's getting bigger as we go along. That's the way lessons are. That's the way things are. That's actually very good. I mean, that's a normal way to progress. You start out with smaller things and it gets bigger, and it's shown me every step of the way that we're effective. We are effective at what we're doing, for which I feel very, very happy. I feel very blessed to being able to do that. And So I guess I'm blessing myself and you too. And I guess you're blessing me too. And if you're doing something besides blessing me, it won't work. It won't work. Sorry. You're trying to do something else. You're gonna screw yourself up. So sorry. Bad your luck. Um, yeah, these days it's really changing your vibration, changing your energy, changes everything. Changes everything. Now, I know that this stuff that's going on with some of the neighbors here is another little test. It's like, okay, you can do weather, but can you do interpersonal relationships? Well, we'll see. I'm not as good at that, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm not as good at interpersonal relationship. You can fly a tsunami, but you can't do interpersonal relationship. No, I can do interpersonal relationships. I'm just rusty at it. Maybe I just need more practice. I got to tell myself it's the same as anything else. I have been a loner for a long time. I spent a lot of time, like I said, when I lived in the bad neighborhood, I spent a lot of time being a loner because it was just the safer thing to do. You know, it's pretty much a loner. You're living in a bad neighborhood, you really don't want to get too integrated into whatever system is going on there. Bad things can happen. So, and they did, I mean, people tried to like put me right into the thick of things, and I just kind of shied away from that. So my natural inclination is to back away from these things. But I realize I'm going to have to solve some things. I am amazing? In what way, Zaid? In what way am I amazing? Am I? If I am, that's nice. I'm going to say something very shocking, though. When a lot of shit hit the fan for me, I had friends that were very different from what I believe, and they helped take care of me. Very different. Just all over overall. Oh, okay, thank you. You know what? The funny thing is, I've heard that before. David used to tell me that all the time. He used to say, "You're amazing. I've never heard anybody say things the way that you do. The things you say." I'm like, really? He says, "Yeah, just the things you come up with." Oh, well, I'm glad I amuse you and amaze you. It's entertaining, yes. Yeah. No, I actually, when I was a vendor, I hung out with every type of person. Everybody really wants to be seen. And at the end of the day, they want to be loved and acknowledged, you know, just about everybody. And I mean, I've known some pretty scary people, very scary, but I keep coming out of it. Okay. You know, so it's like, yeah, you can tell me what you just told me and it doesn't scare me. This doesn't scare me. None of this scares me. As a matter of fact, there isn't a whole lot that scares me anymore either. That's another thing. Why should I be afraid? I'm God. So are you. We're God. What, you know, it's like sometimes that small human takes over and starts to get that fear paralysis. You've probably felt it at some point, right? That fear paralysis. That feeling. And then I think to myself, oh, wait a minute, I'm God. I have all these friends, seen and unseen. What the heck am I worried about? I have very powerful friends. They're not going to let anything happen to me. What am I worried about? I have to tell myself that. Because we've been trained, we've been programmed to have fear, anxiety. It keeps us low. It keeps us from reaching the vibration we need to reach to really step into our full potential. And I'm not having it anymore. I am not putting up with it anymore. I decided I am not going to let this stuff bring my freaking vibration down. That is important. And you know what? Doesn't matter what people do. People have done some very harrowing and scary stuff to me through the years. I've survived it all. I've been poisoned. I've been put in harm's way. I've had all kinds of stuff happen to me. You haven't heard the half of it. I'm still here. I'm still here. And I'm fine. Right now. And right now is really all we have. And did you know that whatever you're doing right now, it affects the past and the future? We're the crux. We're the cross. We're that center point. The now is the center point. I'm getting something through right now. Everything you do, time doesn't flow just one way. Everything you do not only affects the future, but it also affects every decision you make. You can literally heal your past by healing your now, and you can change your future. Wow. I've heard that before. I don't know that it sank in, but I'm really getting it heavy as a download right now. That's what we're actually doing here. We're changing our now so our past and our future can be different. So you really can change your past. Wow. I'm going to try that. I don't quite know how I would do it. Maybe, could it be that's why we've got these Mandela? Maybe that's part of the reason we got this Mandela effect thing going on. Hey, sister. Yeah, I'm immortal. I'm an immortal being. I'm an immortal being. Yeah, I know I am. I remember lives between lives. I remember stuff that went on in other lives. I remember stuff that went on between lives. I know I'm forever. I'm going to be around forever. I'm getting, we're here having experiences. That's what we're doing. We're vast, eternal, immortal beings having experiences here. what we're doing. And of course, there's some rules to this game. What do I always say? This is just tips, tricks, and hacks for playing that massively multiplayer holofractal VR total immersion learning game called Life on Earth. Has nothing to do with real life, which takes place outside the Matrix. We're in here playing a game and learning something. That's all we're doing. It's very important. It's very important to us anyway, or we wouldn't have come here. We wouldn't have done this if it wasn't important, right? I mean, we wanted to have these experiences. And when you realize that, it's like, oh, okay. And there is something out of here. Obviously, that's obvious enough. And I've even remembered parts of it. Looks like we come from a Menti. That's why Thoth keeps showing up in my life. I mean, that's why, yeah. And the Lemurian Atlantis stuff. And Egyptian even. And the Egyptians were a civilization founded by Atlanteans after the higher civilization fell. But the high civilization of Egypt anyway. But I imagine it was pretty difficult after the catastrophe that happened here to get things started again. So yeah, it was different. But yeah, it's like I keep getting that really the age of the earth is more like billions with a B, not really millions, billions. And that humans, billions with a B, years. And in time, what is that? In cosmic time, that's not even anything much. Cosmic time's so different. I mean, most of the stuff that I foresaw last year, and I was thinking it was going to happen last year, now it looks like it's going to happen this year. It's finally starting to happen this year, which means that I was seeing a lot of culminations around July 4th. So that means that July 4th probably there's going to be something coming to a culmination. I got to look back at what that dream was like because I've never forgotten it. But yeah, probably this July 4th is when we're really going to see that. Because, yeah, the time is so flaky. Like I said, time is flaky. And I don't know very many tarot readers or even any other kind of readers that have really got a great grasp of time as far as when exactly things happen, because it changes so much, because it changes with what we do. We change it depending on what we do and what the decisions we make, the energy we vibrate. We change these things. We delay them. We speed them up. I'm trying to get things to happen a bit faster, but in the end, there are some things that need to just bloom when they're, when the time is right, and become ripe when the time is right. When they have to just go through a certain period, a certain, you know, period of growth and gestation, I guess, whatever, before these events can actually happen. Hey, sweetie. So maybe it could have happened last year if we'd been a little bit more on our toes, but maybe it's going to happen this year then. But it will happen eventually. We're going to find out. We've been on a ride. We've been taken for quite a ride. It's a thrill ride. We've been on one of the e-ticket rides, as we used to say back in the old Disney days. Hey, do you notice something else that people are realizing? That they have some power. This has really been a big thing lately. There are people realizing that they have some power by boycotting things. They made Target change. They people are we're making Budweiser go down, man. You know, Budweiser's going down because we got tired of the pandering to people who are after the kids. And let's face it, we draw the line at kids. You, you can't, do what you want as long as you're an adult. That's your business. But when it comes to our kids, when it comes to the kids, that's the line, and people will rise up over that and they will boycott. Now, Budweiser's feeling the sting. Target felt the sting. I'm consumer, hear me roar. That's what it's going to be. That's probably the next revolution. Consumers are going to realize they have power and they're going to make everybody do what they want. People are going to say, no, you're going to do it our way, or we're just not going to give you any money. And since money is what the language you speak, let us tell you in this no uncertain terms. We're going to withdraw the money and then you'll listen to us, right? Okay, good. Stuff with gray. Oh, Walmart too. See, I predicted Walmart would be next. Yeah, go, we got to make it true. Because woke is not the same thing as, okay, the alphabet community may be, there may be segments of woke that are alphabet community, but all of the whole alphabet community is not woke. So there are some more level-headed members of the alphabetic community that are not down with the wokies either. And quite a few of them, in fact, maybe most of them, are not down with the wokies. So actually, the wokies are just being used to try to get everybody to react so strongly to all of the madness that they start getting much stricter. But it's not going to work the way that they think it's going to, that it was designed to work. It's going to work in some other weird way. People are going to realize that they have some power. And then it's going to be way different when people realize they really do have more power than they think. And we always have had more power than we think. We keep thinking that we don't have any. Because that's the way we're programmed, but that's bullshit. We do too have power. I noticed it around here. There was a store that I regularly went to. I regularly bought a particular product. I would regularly, and if they didn't have it, I would ask for it. And as long as I was buying that every week. I was buying that every single week, every time I went, right? And when I stopped going to that place, that product disappeared from that store. My going there every week and getting it that was one of the factors that they used to determine what products they were going to have in that store. And then I realized, wait a minute, I have a lot more power over this than I think. You think you're going to be a spec, you're not. If you're going somewhere buying something every week, that is a pretty strong blip. You know, it's like, hey, when you pull that away, it gets noticed. So remember, you want something to change, take your support away from it. You don't like something that exists, take all the support out from it that you can. Get your friends to help you. If you're in a smaller community, you could boycott something and get it completely removed. When people realize this, it's going to be different. It's going to be way different. So what do I do? Now, stuff with gray? Now, what do you mean, Lewis? Stuff with gray. Yeah, I know, they're selling Pride Skittles. It's like, I don't know, whatever. There was this video of this woman said, they're trying to erase us. It's like, no, we're not trying to. We're not erasing anybody. We're just trying to put things in a better perspective. Like I said, Skittles, oh boy. Now I'm wondering if Skittles is going to be next, but it had to happen because of the Taste the Rainbow stuff. Had to happen. Okay, let's find out what people say about Skittles. Gray, I don't understand that. What do you mean? They're gray Skittles? By using gray bags? So their bags are gray. Wow, I'm confused. That's confusing. Wow, I haven't seen it, but I believe you, but I haven't seen it. Then again, I don't buy Skittles. I never buy Skittles. How would gray bags support the alphabet community? I'm not sure how that would happen. I mean, I'm not sure why. Because when you first said that, I'm like, they're in support of aliens too now? Maybe they're supporting aliens too. I don't know. Maybe that's really in support of aliens with the gray bags because we're in support of alien grays. I don't know. See, I don't even buy Skittles. I don't even like them. They're just sugar. You know what? It reminds me of Pixie Sticks when I was a kid, and I don't care. You know, it's like this wasn't my thing. They're okay. So there's another book. You know, and it's a funny thing because everything that we're boycotting, I don't use it anyway. I can't even properly boycott. Oh, sure, it's easy for me to boycott everything that they're saying boycott because I don't use it anyway. I don't shop at Target. I don't go to Disney. I don't buy Disney stuff. I don't I don't buy Adidas. I don't buy Nikes. I have one pair of Nike shoes. It's very, very old pair. And that was because they were on a very, very deep sale over somewhere at a discount place. They were a closeout thing. Um, so I don't really support Nike anyway. I don't support Target. I don't I don't drink Bud Light. I don't wear Maybelline makeup. And now, oh, there's several others that people are bringing up. And you know what? They're going to be bringing up more and more stuff because now they've kind of gotten a taste of power and they're going, who else can we go after? Right? You know, because there are people going, we have power. Wait a minute. We have power. That's right, Petunia. You've got power. Wait a minute. You mean we have you've had power the whole time. This whole time you've had it. Just like what I'm saying now. You've had this power your whole life. Look, Dorothy, you've been wearing the slippers this whole time. You could have gone home at any time. All you needed to know is click your heels together 3 times and say there's no place like home. It's just like that. You've had the power the whole time. Wow, what a metaphor that is, huh? Click your heels, Dorothy. I'll probably be saying that. That'll be one of my phrases now. Well, click your heels, Dorothy. Let's get rolling here. We're not trying to remove rainbows. We're not trying to remove gay people. We're not trying to erase anybody. We're just trying to keep things. We just don't want it to be a freaking freak show every minute. Everybody doesn't want to be, you know, in on the freak show. And we sure don't want our future wrecked by extreme ideologies. So don't want our future and our children's future wrecked. That's all. Don't blame anybody. Yeah, if they start with what people have, I predicted Walmart would be next, probably at some point. Would Walmart would, and yeah, thanks. Walmart is probably going to be on the block next. If they don't get their act together, they start doing that stuff, they're going to get it too. They're all going to get it now. People are like going to be like that. They go, ha ha! Oh, look, another one. Yeah, another one. We can mess them up. Yeah. Once people that's a problem. Once people realize their power, then they just want to wield it every which way. They want to keep trying it. It'll be interesting to see what happens. It'll be interesting to see it. Well, you know, one of my friends, Carlos, from the Plus Band, he said, and I agree, sometimes in order to bring heaven to earth, you got to raise a little hell. Did you know God never made hell? God didn't make hell. Isn't anywhere in the Bible. That nowhere in the Bible does it say that God made hell. You can't find it. Not even in the King James does it say God talk about all kinds of creation things, but not hell. Hell is not on that list. Where did hell come from? That's a good question, isn't it? There are people who looked into that too. Like I said, there are people that looked into everything. But God did not make hell. So interesting, isn't it? Interesting. Yeah, we have done a lot of things unwittingly. Now we have to do it wittingly. The difference is what I'm trying to teach you guys to do and help you guys learn to do Some of you don't need to be taught so much as reminded, is to do things consciously. I have to be reminded. I forget. We all forget. That's the way that is. Let me see. I wanted to show a couple of things here. I don't know if this will come off that good on the screen. Doggone, how come it's taken me so long to find? Wow, that's a beautiful full moon picture, isn't it? I don't know if you can even see it. I've got this really beautiful, I've got some really beautiful pictures of the moon that I managed to capture. I'm not even sure how I managed to get such a good picture with such a crummy camera. On my phone. Well, that's right. Some of them I got with my tablet. Okay, this one. This one's really weird, man. I don't know if you how well you can see this, but the cloud formations that I have caught are freaking weird. And I have wondered, I mean, it's one of the things that made me wonder, who in the heck is playing up there? This is the one where you have a bunch of triangles. A bunch of triangle cloud. I don't think you can see it that well, but this is the one where there are a bunch of triangles in the sky. Triangle clouds. People just go right by it. People walk just right by it. They look up into the sky. It never occurs to them if there's anything weird. Some of those clouds look like a tesseract, you know, upside down pyramid. I'm telling you. People walk right by it. Are they even living in the same world as me? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder. Well, yeah, the Old Testament God was a small g God. I'm sorry. The one that kept telling him to go kill every man, woman, and child wasn't a nice guy. Sorry. He wasn't a nice guy. Wasn't a good guy. Yeah. When Yeshua was talking about a father in heaven that was so benevolent and everything, obviously wasn't that guy. And in heaven, where's heaven? Up there. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm convinced. Was he actually an ET? Yeah. Did he realize he was actually an ET? Yeah, he realized it. And so was Miriam. And so was his mom. And so was his grandmother. Did you know that This is something I didn't know for a long time. I had neglected to register. Billy Carson found it, though, that Yeshua's mother was a virgin birth as well. She was also a virgin birth. They don't make much of it, though. See, so there's so much of this. There's so much of this history. It's like our history, our history. Some of these mountains, some of these canyons, people have found brickwork under them. Bricks. Red bricks, plain red bricks. Under some of these in California. There are mountainsides and hillsides that are bricks that you go underneath. They're bricks. They're not real. They're not really a mountain. Not a natural formation at all. They're just dirt on top of bricks. John Levy talks a lot about this. He got fascinated with brickwork because we're finding it all over the place where it shouldn't be. It's like, wow, everything in California is fake, even the scenery. I mean, can you imagine that? How shocking that was? And it was shocking. The guy that found it, the guy that realized it, drove by and realized, wait a minute, that looks like bricks. Because the rain washed away some of the mud, it must have gotten mud flooded or something in order to be caked that much on the bricks. That when it gets washed away and it washes the bricks show through. It's like, what? You mean this was not a real thing? This was something else? Yeah. So, yeah, there were people who were bricklayers way, way before we were told that they were. Once again, it goes back to that civilization we talk about. Hey, Rebecca. If anybody wants to come in and talk, like Rebecca, they can come in and talk. If you want to come on and say anything. Yeah. 88. 88%. My phone has decided to keep charging. Yeah. Oh, yes. Do you want to come on? Or Mary Wins, you can come on too. Anybody? You got something to say? You got something to say? You can say it. Now let me. Oh, we've talked about all kinds of stuff tonight. It's an Ophiucus moon. I did some tongues. I did some toning. Talked about the wildfires all along the edge of our tectonic plate and how they may actually be, and really Lewis even, or I think it was Lewis, or was it B. Freeman, talking about how, yeah, we've actually got videos of how people have been setting these, and they're not controlled burns, they're something else. But yeah, so the whole West Coast is pretty much under attack of some kind. We're sending rain. It can take up to 4 days for this stuff to take effect. I don't know if it will take that long. And then I'll see what the clouds say, what the cloud beings say. Sometimes they get sent back. And then we have to, send something stronger like the thunder beings. You sure do. Oops. Sorry, I hit the wrong thing there.
Hi, Dee.
Hey.
How are you?
Yeah, we've been talking about all kinds of things. And then and then of course Pammy came in and Lewis brought up religion. And Pammy, and when I talk about, I've given my views on religion, and honestly, it's polarizing. And so I'm not like, why do people want me to do this? It's okay. I mean, I said it's a free for all. It's my fault. But honestly, some people get very upset.
Well, and it can be hard not to turn to the spirituality as it's been presented to us in all forms when we're in such crazy times. So I
Right.
think whether you're a believer or not, the all signs pointing to this being some pretty serious stuff humanity's going through, and so.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is a bit natural for a lot of people to turn to, I guess, basically, once you realize there's a bunch of people worshiping the bad guy, if there is a bad guy to worship, you know what I mean? Like, then it made some people turn to investigating the good guys,
Right.
I'm sure it turned some people straight into like, oh, hey, you can get high off that stuff. I'm going to go try it out. I don't know.
Right.
I'm sure there's, pardon me, sorry, I should have muted it. But hi, everyone. And hi, so I can see though, but it is heated. I spent a lot of time learning about the, sort of investigating the biblical aspect of things. Spent some time in the Muslim world learning about their things. And just recently I realized, actually, I won't get too into it, but I think that there's stories. I know they changed the names, but I think one of the things that's confusing about the religion, the way it's been presented to us, is that Judeo-Christian country has merged two religions together to govern us. And I don't think people realize that actually in the Christian Bible, there's a lot
Judeo and Christian.
There's a lot of Jewishness, for lack of a better way of putting it. And the Jewish people are a faith that's blood-born, if that makes any sense. So,
well,
I think
it's there. Yeah, it's an inherited sort of religion.
Yeah. So I think that overlapping the book that we've been presented has overlapping and married stories that if you go start looking in the Quran and you learn who's who, you'll find, oh my gosh, that guy didn't even have a brother, right? That guy doesn't have a brother. We heard he had a twin brother. You see what I'm saying? And then you start really getting into the, like, you really want to delve into. Well, now you're like, well, what do the Jews say about that guy? Right? You're just saying, oh, well, the Jews say that guy's twin brother was Jewish. And now you start to understand the concept of brother and sister, right? You start saying, like, when religious people call each other brother, hey, brother Paul, hey, brother Peter, you know what I mean? You start to realize, well, actually, in our books that they might have actually been people who switched from one religion to another and became somebody's brother. Right. And then anyways, I find it all very, very enthralling, but I am a surface skimmer and I'm not trying to create my own faith, picking and choosing what I want from them all. I'm just trying to sort out who's who,
Right. A long time ago, I decided I was going to find the truth by hook or crook, though, because I was tired. I realized that something was not quite on the up and up. I was smart enough to say, you know what? Something's wrong.
Yes.
Something's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
And
not
that eight,
being told
that
the truth.
if there's even 8 billion of us, but that 8 billion people could all come from the same place, right? You know, or come from the same stories, that's a little egocentric, you know? Not that I'm saying everybody has a different and I'm not even trying to divide it on the lines of what we've been given. I actually believe the opposite. I think back a long time ago, we could have walked through the world as women, looked at a beautiful child that didn't look like ourselves or our husband, and thought to our husband, hey, can we make a baby that looks like that? And he'd be like, yeah, let's go have fun, you know? And next thing you know, 2 people are giving birth to a baby that's of a totally different, you know, looks totally different than they are, right? Who knows? I'm just saying science has proven to lie about a lot of things. So it's
If
better
we're
to assume.
divine creators, we could probably do a heck of a lot we're not told we could do.
Exactly. I think we're super gullible too. I think as soon as people tell us that they might cut our heads off if we say something wrong, you know, they tell you the earth is round, for instance, when you're a child. They also tell you that people used to believe it was flat. And when the flat earth, when it was a flat earth and people said it was round, they got their head cut off, right? So you make sure that even as a child, when you're 6 years old and you're like, that round earth model doesn't make sense with me, but what if they bring back the guillotine? I'm just going to keep my mouth shut. Right? So they're really good at
none of them are probably completely right. I mean,
exactly.
probably none of them that we've been told.
Exactly.
Because they don't tell us the truth.
Exactly. So, and I think that one of the best places they do hide the truth is if they've brainwashed the entire world to think something is true, right? And
then
they made sure
creating it.
Yeah, we start exactly, right? And I have a friend who doesn't believe believes the earth wasn't round until we believed it was. So that's exactly what you're saying. Our collective consciousness holds it to the reality that it's in, right?
Well, it's a freaking matrix.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's a fucking holographic. It's the holodeck. We're on the Star Trek
we're
Enterprise
on the
right now.
Holodeck, folks. We're on the holodeck.
Yeah. And it can be whatever it wants to be.
Or whatever somebody wants it to be that's programming.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So
and as much as I don't
like
consider myself a glober, it never made sense to me. I was so proud when I found YouTube and found out people actually went out and said that stuff. You know what I mean? That I was like, wow, you're brave. I've always thought that stuff, you know? But on that same note, I'm not going to argue, right? I can't prove anything.
that it's flat either. I'm not going to
argue. Exactly. I'm not going to
argue that it's any particular.
I can't prove shit. I can't prove shit. You know?
So
why would I argue? You know?
We can remote view it, but that could change with your perspective.
Exactly. Right. And you could too, you could remote view from the top of a pyramid and I could remote view from the top of the pyramid. And you could be like, I saw the round earth from the top of the highest peak of the highest pyramid. And I could be like, I didn't. Right.
Actually, I had some very strange things happen. And and we are not even sure that it can't just change. That it wasn't just changed.
Yeah.
It could have just been changed.
What if it's like a roly-poly? Is that what they call those bugs?
You mean like a tater bug or?
Yeah, like a tater bug.
Things that roll up or?
Yeah, so when it's all rolled up and tater buds all rolled up and it's round, and when the tater bug is all flattened out, it's flat like a turtle's back, like they say. You know, could be both.
Earth is. Here's another mind-blowing thing. Earth is a living thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Yep. Yeah.
Earth is a living being.
So were you reading? Did you read tarots tonight?
No, I didn't. You got a question for the world?
Well, I probably have a million questions for the world.
Okay.
I
got my pendulum. I showing off my pretty pendulum that I made for my friend for her 60th birthday. But I didn't show it on because I wanted to be a surprise for her. So I'm not going to show it,
Okay.
but
But you really want to. But you want to, but you're not gonna.
love to. I'll show it. You know, maybe I will show it. I think she's asleep.
Or take a pic. Why don't you or you could take a picture of it.
I did take some pictures.
And then show us after you've sent it. Or
Yeah,
you
after
could
she
show it
gets
and
it.
then tell her don't watch the end of the stream.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Mm-hmm.
Give her a spoiler alert.
Conveniently, though, if she does watch on her phone, does she watch on her phone or her computer?
I don't know. I think phone. I'm not sure.
Well, conveniently, the thumbnail can be very small.
She fell asleep. Huh?
The thumbnail can be very small. I'm trying to make my head the same size as yours. I'm trying. To be consistent.
But anyway, I'm getting my other pendulum out.
And you made that one as well?
No, you know what? I'm gonna sneak a peek of this.
Okay, I'll put my glasses on.
I'm so proud. She's asleep. I know she is. It's hard to see.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Let me get some light on it so you can see it better. See if this helps.
Oh, it's beautiful, Dee.
It's Ruby's.
I know that's not your name. I think I saw people calling you your name in the chat last time we were hanging out.
Diana, whatever, Ocean, whatever.
Yeah.
You can call me Diana, Ocean. I'll answer to any of those.
Oh, it's the first time I've seen your email address. I've always seen you as D Ocean. It's beautiful.
And then this is the other part. This is the part you hold on to. It's got a little moon there.
Oh, go down a little bit. It's cutting you off.
Okay, there.
Oh, I see it now. I see it. Yeah.
It's got a little
Lady
moon.
Di. And is Mary is your real name Mary?
This is for Gemini moon.
It's gorgeous. Did you?
So it's Ruby's Glossite and Charlite. Two kind of rare things you don't find just everywhere. You're not going to find that on Temu.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. I spent 9 hours on a panel today. I think I have a problem.
Oh my gosh, you have panel addiction.
I got panel addiction.
Whose panel were you on that long?
Charles Was, I think how's it pronounced, but it looks like the name Was.
So there's somebody crazier than me and he has 9-hour streams?
It was an almost 11-hour stream, actually. He spends the first hour and a half, 2 hours, he'll read from a book. Right? He was reading some Manly P. Hall writings recently, and now he's on some First Nations creation stories he's been reading this week. So he'll usually read for about an hour, and then he has a panel after. And it was just Sunday, and we just got to hanging out, and that's just where, I guess we could have taken it non-public. You know what I mean? We could have all gone to some sort of Zoom call or turned the YouTube off and just gone to StreamYard, but
I think
we did
the
it.
longest one was 6 or 7 hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's easy to do when time is flying and you look and you go, holy crap.
Well, and I love this place. Like, I love you guys. Like, I don't even know Mary Wins, and I love her. I don't even know if Louis Ta and I have been in the same chat yet, and I'm sure I love him because he's here. Okay, like I'm just saying because you guys are here. Like,
listen to this stuff, right?
I don't care. I'm not meaning to make it weird. But I'm just saying, like, I really do. This is my safe space. This community I've met through London Man and Max and you and Charles, and it really is. It's a beautiful. This is a beautiful thing we have going here.
I'm honored. I'm honored, and I
So,
agree. I feel the same way. I am
yeah.
not all over the net. I'm not all over the net. I am very picky where I go,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
you know,
I
so
was,
there are
yeah. I
places I
spent a
don't
long,
go.
sorry, I'm interrupting. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I spent 2 years in the same chat room of the same channel. And we spent a lot of time together. There was parts in the last 2 years where he streamed 6 days a week, 2 hours a day, right? And we all hung out from all over the world together. And that guy Jerry Springered me. He baited me, and I didn't realize it was sort of. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that when I'd sat silently in a chat room for a long time, and as you know, I have a lot to say. So when and London Man and my friend Phil were also in there, and they got kind of Jerry Springered by the same guy, and that's when I started realizing, hey, wait, this guy's just out to like kick people off his chat for clickbait. You know what I mean? I didn't realize that it was reflecting
Basically,
on me, you know?
yeah,
And
there's so much of that too.
yeah. And then I ended up on London Men's channel and on a panel there, and I just felt so welcome, and my voice, I keep telling people, shut me down, kick me off, and they're like, no, we like it when you talk. I'm like, oh, don't tell her that. Oh, her being me. I'm like, oh, darn. But it's just I'm really grateful. And I am as good a listener as I am a speaker, you know? I
Well,
just
I
need
think
to.
that's probably why we show back up again. But yeah. Oh, I'll have to go over to London. What? We need that link again. And
For London Man.
yeah, or is it just London Man? Is that just the
He goes by London McLovin is the name of his page now. But if you
London
search
McLovin?
London Man, you would find that it also takes you to London McLovin. Aw, thanks, Mary. I mean it. I know they say, like, I read a meme lately is tell people you love them, make it weird. Who cares? You don't got to hear it back. I've got one of my best friends that I hung out on that YouTube channel with. We both left together.
I
And ever
say
since,
that all the time. I
yeah,
say, I say, tell people you love them. You're going to
yeah,
be happy. If anything happens to them, you're going to be glad you did.
yeah. And what I love about your message, Dee, is that, you are more in touch with the supernatural than myself on a cognitive level. Like you're aware of what you're doing, what you're channeling, who you're talking to. You understand your relationship to these forces. You play with the world in a way that allows us to believe. And so I've always been someone who believes people. If what you believe doesn't hurt me, like. But that being said, as different as your path is to what has you sitting on this channel talking and bringing this community together, there's so much stuff that you share where like I'm not on the same page as you. What I'm saying is I don't channel those things. You know what I mean? I don't have those conversations. I don't relate to the universe that way. But what the summaries you come to show me that my subconscious relationship with this universe is so parallel to your conscious relationship with this universe, right? Especially when you start talking about where we're going, where we came from, you know what I mean? Like what you can see, what we used to be able to do, what we'll be able to do. You know what I mean? We're 100% on the same page with that stuff. Not that anything that you say I'm not on board with. I just don't see those things. I don't have those conversations. I don't, you know what I mean? So I just love that because it only allows me to, it only allows my imagination to grow, right? And they quash that when we're so young, that
I always say too, here's another thing I say, I don't know if you've heard me say, but one of our most precious things that we have is our imagination.
Yes.
It is our imagination that allows us to be creators.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that?
Mm-hmm. And
if
it's something
not for our imagination, we wouldn't be able to do that.
Well, yeah, and I think they've really stunted our imagination. So the depth to which we can create consciously and subconsciously together is way beyond what they're telling us. And that's where I know you can see and feel and have that connection. Whereas
I
my
definitely
spirit,
can.
yeah, my spirit knows it's all there. But I am, my job, I don't even see pictures in my brain. I never have. You could knock down the building across the street from me that I've lived across the street from for 10 years. And when it's gone, I won't be able to picture it. Now that I've said so many times, I think I have burned that particular buildings into my mind's eye, but I don't know until it's gone because I don't have a visual brain. And so I feel like it takes up too much RAM, if that makes any sense. I'm
Yes,
designed to
I do
have,
understand because
yeah.
our brains are kind of like computers.
Yeah, and I feel like I'm a processor. I'm a conduit. I'm a understander without the visual proof, you know?
There's
And
there's different kinds of people actually, and some of
mm,
them are generators. Actually, somebody was just telling me about this, that there's a Chinese belief that some people are generators, some people are manifestors, and some people are, what's the other one? But there's like different kinds of people. They have different functions. So
mhm.
their functions are just different.
Well,
And
and yep,
so,
I
yeah,
agree.
your regular generator person is your average person. And they
Yeah,
just work and generate cash, energy, stuff like that.
and maybe even
Manifestors
generate the
are
round
different.
world by believing in it, wholeheartedly, trusting the government so much they just believe
Or
everything
they're
they're
flat world by believing in it, or
exactly,
they're inner
exactly.
earth by believing in it, or
Mhm.
whatever it is. But really, I get surprised a lot. And my, what, meow? Did you notice how he does that? He comes right up and he says, meow. Hi. He's saying hi.
But I did learn that in this community, in particular on YouTube, if some people think that that they don't have an effect on the content creators, they may watch and binge watch and take in all their material or whatever. I don't think people realize how you watch 20, 25 hours. I'm just picking a number of somebody's content and you're on their wavelength and you've gotten on their wavelength. You can think at them, right? You can literally
Yes.
think at them and you'd be surprised. I remember I was watching Michelle Gibson way back in 2020 and she was just like inundating me with history, right? And I was just like, wow.
Mhm.
And I remember, but she was looking at patterns and ley lines and all this stuff. And I was like, you got to look at 1492 to 1942 in my mind. You have to look at that time period, that 450-year time period between those two dates, right?
Yes.
And the very next video that came out, she's like, so I've been looking at the 450 years between, she started it out, right? Now, whether I was picking up what she was putting down or she was picking up what I was putting down, it was just proof to me that you are helping someone by watching and understanding them, whether you ever talk to them or comment on their page at all, you know?
Yes, you are. Um, I was trying to read the comments while I was listening, and Mary Wynn says she can find what type you are by looking up your birthday. So you could
Really?
actually find it. What is the discipline called? What is the modality called? What is it called so we can find it on our computer? Or did you list the site? Is that the site there? Is that the site what you listed there?
Hold on, Dee, I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I was told I'm a projector too. That was the third one, right? Yeah, I was told that too. And I forget, what the heck do projectors do? What do we do? What makes a projector different from, well, manifestor's easy, right? Generator's easy. What the heck did projector do? I mean, you know, are we the guys that say roll them? Roll them, and then we send out the image? I don't know.
Who's here?
I never got a look at that site, so I don't know.
I got my little shoulder ornament here. She might turn around.
Mine hops down and he's out in front of the fan now. He's sitting in front of the fan. Mr. Important. He's sitting in front of the fan.
This is just a new thing. She's like, oh, I could just sit on you. It's new, though. She's 10 years old and she just discovered. There she goes. Yeah.
Hello, kitty. Which kitty was that?
That's Midge.
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 Hey,
Midge.
Midge.
Yeah.
Oh, you have a black cat named Luna, Lewis? That's cool. The Jovian Archives. That's what it's called, huh?
Oh, mine is just a second. Well, I can say it. I don't know. Mine's October 27th.
You're another Ophiucus, right?
I don't know. I was looking at the I think we really have to find it sort of like the Chinese New Year. Right?
I think
the Chinese
you are.
New Year. It's for some reason the chart I found said it was in late November, Ophiucus, but I always thought it was a week in October.
Wait a minute. What day did you say your birthday was?
October 27th. And then it would change.
It would change.
Yeah, the cusps do change from year to year on all the dates, just like the Chinese New Year changes from year to year.
Wait a minute. No, you're not an No, you're a
I'm fine with Scorpio. I'm fine with the Scorpio thing too. I think they're both really cool. Mary wins. Oh, the October 30th. I'm 1972. Mary.
Oh, October 30th. See, very close. I'm telling you, people on this channel, a lot of us are they have similar birthdays.
Yeah.
Birthday times.
You're a November baby?
I'm December 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, December 9. So basically I'm an Ophiucus for sure.
Yeah.
If you believe in that. There's some astrology.
Well, of course there would be 13 signs.
Of course there would. There's really 13 moons.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that them lumping it into just a week actually kind of discredits the system a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if some signs are 24 days or something. You know, they're not all 28 days, you know, but to be only 7 or 8 days is, I think, just their way of like being inclusive without actually redoing all the math and changing everyone's signs on them. Most people's signs would change when you shifted it that much, you know?
In fact, 365 days, if we divided that up into 13, what would it be?
13 goes into 36 2 times with 10 left over, and 105. 13 goes in there 8 times. 8 times 3 is 24. 104. I think it's, what did I just say? What was the first number I said? 28, and with 4 days left over, I think. No, it can't be right. Yeah, I think it's 28 with 4 days left over.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'll do it. I'm going to do the math right now. Just a sec. My brain's usually
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I can do math in my head sometimes too. Let me see.
365 divided by 13 equals 28.07. Is there a way for it to show me what 07 is to see if...
What?
Okay, so let's
I
go 361 divided by 13 equals... Nope, I was wrong.
365.
Yeah, 362. It's 362. Just a second. 362 divided by 13. I was just trying to see what the remainder is. Nope. What's 13 times 28? That's the better way. 364. 364 with one day remaining, with a 1 day of rest.
Mm-hmm. So it would be 1 day remaining.
Yep.
So really, yeah. Interesting. So really, all the days are supposed to have 28 days. I mean, all the calendar months are supposed to have 28 days, probably.
Mm-hmm.
And then one
Mhm.
special day.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard there is a 14th sign that's like a 1 day thing, and we don't even know what that is. I haven't even heard what that sign is,
Well,
but I
I would
remember
bet
having.
if there ever was somebody born on the planet that was specifically special, right? A special person who's designed to be a leader for us of some sort or bring us a message or something, then odds are, why would then that person would be that day. That makes sense to me, right? That would be the
Probably.
1 day that nobody gets a sign, because that person would be all signs or whatever, or else everyone would be like,
Mhm.
I'm the same birth sign as the prophet, or I'm the same birth sign as the Messiah, or I'm the same birth sign as the, you know what I mean? And then they get emboldened by that. So to me, it makes sense that the birthday of someone important doesn't have a sign, perhaps.
Maybe they got something set aside, huh?
Yeah.
But maybe they set that one aside. But whatever it is, it really fits. 13 months fits a lot better than 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And maybe they're thrown off our calendar all along. Maybe because I don't know if people know that there's even though we go with a leap year every 4 years, except for whatever it is, years divided by 4,400 or something like that. Oh no, it's like the year 1900 wasn't a leap year, but the year 2000 was. And the year 2100 won't be, the year 2200 won't be, the year 2300 won't be, but the year 2400 will be. There's a special loophole in leap year programming. But when they first introduced the Gregorian calendar, there were leap months, leap days, leap years, leap weeks, leap minutes, leap seconds. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so in doing that, you would think that maybe that we actually do have a 364-day year, and they've been misleaping us with an extra day in our year to confuse us.
We've been misleaped.
We've been mislept.
Been mislept.
They misleaped us.
They misleaped us all of us.
Don't be misleaping me.
Go misleap yourself. Anyway, Scorpio was originally the eagle. That's true. That's another thing they did.
Oh, they gave us other beasts.
Oh, Heather is also a projector. Me, Heather, and now interesting.
Oh, me? Am I a projector too? Or is she saying me? She says D, Heather, DC, and I, and now you are the only projectors I know, and I did quite a few charts.
Yeah, so is that saying we're all projectors?
Am I a projector?
David Castle too. Look at us.
No wonder.
And I'm also an Ophiucus. How weird is that?
Am I a projector,
And
Mary Wins? Did you check?
all these projectors, that means I've had a lot of these
Okay.
projectors on my show.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pressure you, Mary. I didn't know. I'll bet.
Wow.
I wonder what it would be interesting to know what all the different types are.
Mary Wins, can you tell us something about what a projector is? What they do? What's special about a projector? I mean, it's kind of easy to figure out manifestor and generator, okay? That kind of is easy, but what the heck does a projector do? What makes a projector special? What's our special superpower? I want to know because I want to be a
Projection.
superhero.
Yeah, projection must be a form of manifestation as well, right?
That's an interesting point. Yeah, it must be.
A
Jeez.
generator is also a form of manifestation. You generate something, you manifest something.
Well, you make things
Okay,
happen,
I'll go
but
do
you
mine. I'll go do mine.
power other things.
Oh.
Now, what I was told was it means that though if we're not generators, we don't make our own energy. We need other energy. We need energy from the others, the generators. But
Oh,
Lewis
I
is a
see. So the
generator.
generator is more about energy. Oh, I almost
Right.
told it. I almost told it. I was born in 1072. Whoa, I'm old. Oh, I
Wow,
don't know
you're
what
old,
hour.
man.
Oh, I'll have
1072.
to
That was,
go.
well, I remember. That was a long time ago. I remember that year. No, I don't remember that. Well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe I could.
I'll have to go. I'll do some research. I'll have to go pull out my baby book and find out what time I'm born exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because that I don't remember off the top of my head, nor do I remember my blood type. I think I'm an A, but I wouldn't take a transfusion based on that. I'm like, well, maybe an A, you know.
They won't tell me my blood type. Nobody's ever told me my blood type.
Really?
Yeah. I've asked.
I'll bet you're an O.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Why the hell won't they tell me what my blood type is?
Weird.
Is it that weird?
It is.
I mean, don't you need to know that? You know? Something
I would
happens,
think.
wouldn't it be good to know?
Yeah.
They've taken my blood enough times and I've asked, could you please tell me what my blood type is? And nobody will tell me what my fucking blood type is. Pardon my
Mine is written in the same book that tells me what time I was born. But I'll tell you something weird about my baby books, okay? I don't want anyone to be too scared about this, okay? But my mom put all our books together for us at some point in our childhood. We each had a few, photo albums she'd specifically made for us and put her little handwriting in and everything. But there's a weird tracking of black eyes. Like, it's very strange. Mom has like Becky's first black eye, Becky's second black eye, Becky's third black eye. Now, I remember getting black eyes as a kid. Nobody thumped me. Okay, don't worry about that. And I don't know why the milestone, though, considering the weirdness going on in the world with black eyes. Again, my mother's a delight. Okay, she would protect me with everything in her being. So I remember running around. I remember running on the playground when I was a kid and getting so excited that grade 7, my friend, someone I knew was in grade 7 and I was in grade 1 and we were out in gym class together and I was running beside her and I ran straight into a goalpost because I was so busy in awe of this grade 7 girl running with me that I gave myself a black eye by running into a goalpost. Right. So,
you know something? I have never had one.
No?
Never. In my memory, I have never had a black eye.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I wouldn't
once.
remember mine
I
either
have
if
been
my mom.
hurt a lot of times. Now, I've sustained a lot of injuries, but I
Yeah.
have not ever had a black eye, oddly enough. Let me get to this. Projectors are around 20% of the population, says Mary Wins. Their strategy is to wait for the invitation to find success and avoid bitterness. They have a focused and a
Absorbing.
absorbing aura and need to learn about and understand the other. I'm confused. I still don't know what that means. I still don't know what
Well,
I'm
their
doing.
strategy is to wait for the invitation to find success and avoid bitterness. They have a focused and absorbing aura and need to learn about
Oh, I
and
believe I have an
understand.
absorbent aura. Yeah, that's called a sponge aura.
Mhm.
If you're not careful. Because if you have a spongy aura, you do pick up things very easily. I kind of believe that. You collect things if you're not careful. Means you take in
Mhm.
stuff. But
Mhm. Yeah.
she's saying projective reflective is the same thing.
Mhm.
Reflective.
Mhm.
Interesting. So I still don't know what my superpower is, but am I just a cosmic SpongeBob? Maybe I'm just cosmic. Maybe we're just cosmic SpongeBobs.
Mhm.
What we call
Maybe.
the outer authority is the ability to provide your authentic perspective. This perspective is derived from your particular design as an expression of your uniqueness. There's only 20% of the population is projected.
Well, that would
So
make sense. And is Louis Ta a projector as well? Is that what you guys said?
he said he was a man. He said he was a generator or something.
Generator, because he had an interesting thing. He said that he got home from watching The Wizard of Oz, and his mom claims she saw a bunny run out of the portal in his room into her bedroom, and then they couldn't find anything. Are you sure it
My
was The
mom
Wizard of
said
Oz
she saw me.
and not Alice in Wonderland? I just feel the bunny fits so perfectly with Alice in Wonderland. Not to diss that a bunny would appear after watching Wizard of Oz.
Oh, okay. I see Mary Wynn. Yeah, it seems like see Stephanie, me woman did mine, and yeah, I had to give her more than that than just the date. But yeah, so
Yeah, and I have no problem giving that kind of information out if I had it, but I got to go hunting for it. And even though I know exactly where it is right now. Oh,
I now know my birth time even because I memorized it for so many of these tests and things. And
yeah, I should have memorized mine too. I want to say it was like 5:50 in the morning, but that doesn't make sense to me because I know my dad drove from Vancouver in a snowstorm, and he did an 8-hour highway in like 5 hours to get there, and he missed getting there, and I just don't see it being the middle of the night. It just doesn't sounds dangerous. Sounds dangerous. I feel like my dad would have added that story. It was the middle of the night and it was a blizzard and I was
it was
driving
the
as fast
middle
as
of
I
the
could.
night, and it was a
Yes.
blizzard. And
Yes.
yes, it was a dark and stormy night.
But I was I was put in an incubator.
My mother was a preemie too.
Mm-hmm.
Reflectors are without definition and are just over 1% of the population. Their strategy is to wait a full cycle of the moon before making any decisions to find clarity, leading to a life of more surprise and less disappointment. They have a
Resistant.
resistant and sampling aura and are learning to reflect rather than identify. So their reflectors are different than projectors, huh? Manifestors are about 9%. Their strategy is to inform before they act, to find peace and avoid anger. Wow, that sounds more like what I do, but hey, what the heck? They have a close and repelling aura and are here to understand their impact on others. Grantavius, how are you doing, my friend? I haven't seen you in a while. What's up? Generators are dominant. Okay. They are the driving life force of the planet. Like the voice acting. They are the driving Lord. I don't even know what I just said there. It's just gibberish. Hey, I speak fluent gibberish, people. You know,
Me too.
I speak like language, but I also speak fluent gibberish.
You know what I
Light
don't
language, I
speak?
still don't understand how to do that, how I do that. Huh?
Much to her dismay. Here she comes. Put her up here.
Here she
I don't
comes
I don't
again.
speak cat. She loves this spot right here. She likes this.
Ah, Grantavius is a lurker. He's lurking. I bet there are other lurkers too, because, you know, I bet you have lurkalikes. Anyway, I love that joke. I don't know why I always use that. Strategy is to respond, and through response to find satisfaction, avoid frustration. They have an open and enveloping aura and the need to learn about themselves. Okay.
I'm not the one that isn't supposed to get
Good for
angry.
you, Grantavius. Huh?
I'm not
Oh,
the one.
giant kitty. The kitty looks giant.
I know. She is pretty big.
Oh, land of the giant kitties.
You know what's funny is in 2020, I called my mom after being in the house for 6 months or whatever, and I was
Yeah.
well trained. I'd done a lot of, I'd done a lot of time at home before 2020. But I called my mom and I was like, something's wrong with me. And she's like, what? I said, well, don't be scared, but I think my perception's off. I said, you know how I called my cat Midge because she was small. I know it's not appropriate, but it was 11 years ago. We weren't as progressive. Okay. And I called her Midgette, Midgette. And she goes by Midge. And I called my mom in 2020 and I was like, something's wrong. I said, I don't know how an 8-year-old cat can grow 4 inches taller, like 2 inches taller and 4 inches longer at 8 years old. Right? She's big, right? She didn't used to be this big until 2020 happened. Now people could say she just put on weight. I think they cloned or swapped her out. Now I call her 2.0 while I was sleeping. They did a perfect download. She's the exact same cat. She's just bigger. That's too abstract? She is a big cat though. And her name was Midge.
No,
She was
but
small.
you know what? Here's something else. I'll tell you something that's weirder than that. Yolana, my friend Yolana. She's also my helper. But Yolana, she was taller than me when she first showed up in my life. Now I'm taller than she is. We don't know what happened.
Have you measured your height? Did you grow?
Apparently I have not since her,
Yeah.
but apparently, depending on who's measuring me, I'm either 5'7 3/4" or 5'10".
Interesting.
Go figure that one out. And one time, and I swear this was if it wasn't corroborated by my friend, I would think I was hallucinating. But there was one time when I caught this happening that I was looking at my friend. He was standing next to a brick wall, standing right in front of a brick wall. And I was talking to him, and I was watching him grow and shrink. And I would be looking a little bit down and a little bit up and a little bit down and a little bit, and going, I got a question. Do you notice anything strange about our respective heights? He says, yeah, it just seems like you're kind of growing and shrinking just a little bit. I said, you too. He says, oh, that's really weird. I said, do you have any explanation? He goes, I don't have any explanation for that either. I don't know what's going on. It's like, I'm not slouching. Let's both stand up very straight. We still were watching it happen. Like, what the hell is going on here? It was a glitch in the matrix of some kind. But apparently, I change heights sometimes, and I change other characteristics slightly. Sometimes I'm more redheaded, sometimes I'm more blonde. Well, it depends on the lighting, though. It depends on the conditions. But I go from being a blonde to a dark hair to red hair, depending on, oh gosh. When I said that, I just got some kind of a weird feedback type sound in my ear. That was weird. Whoa. Okay, something odd's happening.
Does it sound
Anyway,
like purring?
yeah, but that's oddness. I mean, that's pretty odd because he saw it too. And then my friend, she said, I think you're right. I think I was taller. No, weren't you always tall? No, I wasn't always taller. She's like, I think you're right. It was because she's not quite like us. Grant Tavius says, I've seen aura as the black that surrounds some people I try to avoid. Good for you, Grant. You're probably better off. Tripped on an amanita in my dreams twice this year. Oh, interesting, Lewis. Lewis, did you like trip on one like, oops, I tripped, or were you actually dreaming of tripping? Last trip, a kitty manifested and jumped down to greet you. Oh, cute.
What is an amanita?
A mushroom.
Oh, okay.
Amanita muscaria, a magic mushroom.
Okay.
Amanita, no Amanita, la 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 la, Amanita. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just making fun. Fun of the Amanita. It's a pretty word, but yeah, if you do that wrong, I think that's one that can kill you. So make sure you have somebody who knows what they're doing. Some of these things are toxic, This is why they drank reindeer piss. Yep, because the reindeer would eat the toxic mushrooms. Somehow they could strain the toxic out of it. And then they would pee out the hallucinogen. And that's why Grandma got run over by a reindeer. No, that's why this is the true origin, probably, we think, of Saint Nick, of Santa Claus. Santa Claus would have been a mushroom shaman. The colors he wore were right, the kind of garb, the sleigh with the reindeer, and what would be in the bags.
Yeah. Other than the greed purported, unfortunately, by the greed that can be supported in our development by being envious of children getting better gifts from Santa Claus than we get, right? I never really saw the correlation between Santa and Satan that people make, so it makes
people
more
don't
sense.
Even really understand where this Satan comes from either. That's a whole nother ball of wax, and And it isn't the same as Lucifer, nor is it the same as Beelzebub. It's not, none of the, they're all three, they're different. It's all different. It's just, I could go, I don't even really want to go. You know, I am so tired of going into this. Like I said, there are other sites you can go. Maybe we'll do a show on it, but honestly, I've been through so much of this. Saying, sweetheart, they're all a fucking bunch of aliens, okay? Most of them that you think are this or that, they started out as being some kind of other creature, being alien. It's another cargo cult thing. All of them, everything apparently is a cargo. Some of them now are spirits, apparently, can go into the spiritual plane and do things. But a lot of these things were at least at some point physical. Okay, so, you know, it's like the more you look at it, the more you realize there were Star Wars going on.
Exactly.
And in these Star Wars, there, you know, the victors wrote the history, and you know,
and one thing we've learned, especially since World War II, is that when we told the victors wrote history, we thought the victors always bragged about their winning. But I think we're learning now, in the most civilized war of all times, that they might have lost. Right? That I should say, the people who lost World War II may have actually won World War II and held guns to the head of the alleged ones who stopped World War II and then infiltrated their country. And suddenly you have a scenario where, I'm just saying, some of those Star Wars might have not have told the truth about who won and who lost, because the victor doesn't always brag.
Yeah, doesn't always, not always. Or sometimes, sometimes the loser wants to pretend they won.
Yes, it's a good point of putting it the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah. I meant to do that.
I think people have been tainting the Americans' good name for a long time.
Well, yeah. There's, you know, it's a world of deceit, really. There's so much deceit in the world.
So much.
And conceit. Deceit, conceit, and just.
Well, if they can lie, so can I. I'm American. Okay.
Right.
Although I do joke that ever since 2020 happened, I am the most patriotic American that China ever made.
Yeah, no kidding.
Not to blame the Chinese, because it was actually, you know, other people in China.
It was a corroboration, though. It was, come on, but
it's just Billy catchy. Boy, it's just a catchy thing to say.
Billy Boy and Ouchie Fauci, Billy Boy, Billy Bob Bates. I mean Gates.
But there may be a secret to all that in the term Caucasian. I was saying this on an earlier panel today, but before the term
Caucasian, are we now Caucasians?
Oh, well, what it is that before the term Caucasian was used, they used the term Caucasoidal. And a Caucasoid person was defined by what they're not. They have non-Negroidal features, non-Asian features, non-Latin features. And so a Caucasoidal person, at the same time, they did use terms like Negroidal, right? But a Caucasoidal person was defined by what they're not. And so to me, a Caucasian is either a Caucasoidal person from Asia, right? Which would be a white Asian, the way we've been told, again, assuming they've told us anything is correct, which we cannot assume. Or it's a mix between a Caucasoidal person and an Asian person. Either way, Caucasian.
Okay, this is what happened that I read, and I read about this recently. they determined that the term Caucasian was from the Caucasian Mountains.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy who, and I can't think of his name, but he decided that those people were the best looking race from looking at skulls, just skulls.
That's hilarious.
And he decided that that was the race that he was, that we are, is because he thought they were the prettiest. Even though there was absolutely nothing to relate us to these people. So it could have been, it really, the Caucasian, yeah, they came from an area, and
Mm-hmm.
we just got tagged with that because some guy thought it was pretty. But
And that wasn't even necessarily us. That was based on skulls. I wonder what someone who gets off on bones is called.
well, I don't know. Horny? I don't know. Anyway, bad to the bone? I don't know.
Bones give me a boner. Sorry. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. On the day I was born,
Mm-hmm.
kings and queens stepped aside. Every woman I meet. I'm not even going to do that song. Thurgood. James Thurgood. Bad to the bone. Or bad to the boner, I guess. Then there was Mary Moon. Mary Moon. She don't eat meat, but she sure likes the bone. What? Did he just say that? Yes, he just did. Oh, don't forget the Aryan race. The Aryan race. Aryan race. Yeah, that's right. The Aryan race. Oh, boy. Oh, this has the explanation of Caucasian origin. Mary Wins found it. Found us. Hey, something to click. Good. So basically, you can't even trust word etymology anymore. You can't trust it to be. Can't even trust your doggone etymology anymore. Get off my lawn, you damn kids. I don't do it as good as some people do that. Get off my lawn. You damn kids, get off my lawn. What's the world coming to when you can't even trust etymology anymore?
Can't trust etymology and you can't trust entomology. You can't trust any of the ologies anymore at all. Can't trust geology,
biology,
biology.
Etymology. Yeah, this could be. We got a song going here, sister.
They used to call geology be called petrology until they produced petroleum, and then they might have thought we were onto them if we thought all rocks produced petroleum or something like that. So they turned it into geology, the study of rocks, instead of
we can't trust geology anymore either because it's all bodies.
Yep. The only ology
you can't trust any of the ologies.
I think.
Wait a minute.
You can't trust theology, but can you trust astrology? No, because they took Ophiucus out.
You can't even trust astrology because they don't use 13 signs. If they don't use 13 signs, look at this. Can we trust any ology at all? Oh my God, I think we've realized something. We've come to a point here.
Tautology. Do you know what tautology is?
No.
Tautology is if it's logic math. So it's saying,
yeah, okay.
Remember, can we trust tautology? Probably not. They probably fucking rigged that too.
Probably not.
Tautological?
How about proctology? I don't know about that either. That's kind of hinky to me too.
What kind of ology?
What?
What ology did you last say?
I said
Proctology.
proctology.
Proctology, definitely not the proctologist. I wouldn't trust him going in there if I was a guy. Oh yeah, what do you want to do with my prostate gland? You state fucking. Anyway, sorry. Pardon my language. Pam told me I
that's
swore
okay.
too much. Pam told me. I mean, no, she didn't
Too-
say it like that.
Too much.
She
Yeah,
did
I got
not.
to be careful too. I do it sometimes.
She did not say that I swore too much. What she said was I was left on your stream when you went off for a while and I was keeping people entertained. And then she did say that she did find that it was on someone else's stream. It was a little bit offensive to be cursing so much. And I said, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I was not being cheeky. I need to be reined in sometimes. And in fact, I was really trying, I should work to let the swear words go, but there's UFOlogy. Yeah, there's
Yes.
one. There's one.
You-
Ufology.
Louis
Apology.
Toss says there were 13 apostles and Mary Magdalene's one, and that's true too.
Mhm.
You can't even, yeah, you sure can't trust theology though.
You can't trust theology.
Can't trust psychology. Can't trust etymology.
What about mycology? What's mycology? Is that mushrooms?
Mushrooms,
Can we trust mycology?
maybe.
Maybe.
Wouldn't it be funny if that would be the one? If that would be the one that we could trust?
The mushrooms.
The mushrooms? If the mushrooms is all we can trust, all we can trust is the mushrooms, man. That's all that we can trust. I'm telling you, it's nothing else. Everything else lie. She don't lie.
All
She
the
don't lie.
ologies
She
except
don't lie.
mycology.
What?
All the ologies except mycology.
That's
They're all
right.
tainted.
They're all
Especially
tainted.
proctology.
Mycology's the only one.
You definitely can't trust zoology.
No, not anymore.
So I'm going to
for sure.
tell you. I'm going to tell you, you heard it here first. Actually, I've said it before. You heard it here first.
You can't even trust apology.
Apology. That was a good one. How did apology become an ology? It's not even a study
Right.
of fucking nothing.
Does that mean I studied apps?
Apple, apple.
Apology. I'm studying apps. I see. That's very okay.
And
Wait,
you know
isn't
what?
that very recent?
I'm going to take us right back to the beginning, just like there's a hole in the bucket. Dear Liza, dear Liza. Because I'm going to say that apology, I was going to look up the etymology of apology and find out how it became an ology. But you know what? You can't trust the etymology.
Etymology. I edit. It
I
was
edit.
very. I edit. I etymology. Mm. It was very spicy.
You know, I
And
wish the university.
It
It
gave
was
me the
spicy.
runs. Gave me a bad butt for days.
Are you sure you ate entomology or did you eat etymology? Is etymology the kind? Klaus Schwab really wants us to eat the etymology. He wants us eating them bugs.
I ate that etymology. I ate it.
I really want to know.
Apology, the study of wrongdoing. The study of repentance. Yeah, well, Lewis is coming up.
That's crazy. Why is it called an apology then? It's not a study. It's a forced I'm sorry is what an apology is. Someone forced me to say I'm sorry. So a real apology is change behaviors. It's a study of wrongdoing, right? And the practice of changing it.
Maybe.
Well, it's just like when someone says, "Oh, you know, I deserve an apology," right? Apologize or whatever. Then you're saying, "Well, I deserve that you study your wrongdoings to." It's weird. It's weird.
I deserve a few $1 million, but I ain't getting that either.
Well, I ain't definitely going to university.
Maybe I will get a few $1 million.
go to university and study apology. I got a PhD in apology.
Apology. Oh, maybe it's apology. Are we studying apes, the behavior of apes?
Well, this is where I was going to say earlier, actually, if people think flat Earth is so 20th century. We're in the 21st century, people. I'd like to introduce you to the concept of fake apes. They're not even fucking real.
So they're fapes?
They're fapes. They're fapes. Did we have this
Fake
conversation
apes
already?
are
I feel like we've
fapes.
had this conversation the other day. We did. Because I feel like I've heard you say fape before.
Well, it might have been something a little closer to, had been something close to fape. But I know that people are leery of projectors because our energy is powerful. They feel it, but do not know why. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that a lot.
Oh, primatology.
Primatology. You can't trust that either.
You can't trust no primatologist, no proctologist of the primatology. See, I'd like primatology to be the study of prime numbers, but that'd be prima numerology. That'd be
I'm not speaking star language at that point. I'm just speaking babble. Human design is a user manual for life, a practical tool for showing how we are constituted to make healthy decisions and live as unique beings. This is Mary Wins.
Yes.
Giving us excerpts. Our human design body graph reveals your definition, who you are, and your openness, who you think you are. Who do you think you are? And where you learn and can find wisdom, but also where you are susceptible to conditioning. Human design is a new mechanical science that explains how we operate in the world, that is, with the nature of our being, in describing this mechanism of how we operate in the world. That's my scientific robot voice. Anyway.
I heard that. That's when you have to stop. Go ahead.
Human design provides a no-fault manual for living and for living without resistance so we can benefit fully from our potential. There you go. And actually, how about you do that? Well, and now, and you know how they got that like Valley Girl AI voice? Doesn't that drive you completely up the wall?
Do they have a Valley Girl AI voice? I didn't hear it.
Oh God, it just is the one that everybody uses, and it's just like a girl voice, but it's kind of a Valley Girl voice.
Does she like say like grody to the max and like gag me with a pitchfork and
no, but it's like this. It's like this, and she has this kind of lilt to her voice, and it's like, what? You know? It's the I know this and you don't sort of, lilt to the voice like neener.
Oh, like they've programmed her to be superior and airhead at the same time, kind of.
Yeah,
like flippant, like you should know this, but I know it because I have a computer for a brain,
Right, but I know it, and you don't. Yeah,
that's funny. I had thoughts.
Funny. Oh, geez. We're living without resistance. Because resistance is futile. I'm still reading what Mary. Resistance is. It doesn't say resistance is futile. That's from something else. That's from I think Doctor Who. Sasquatch may be one of my spirit guides. No wonder they do visit me in dreams. You know what? I mind speak with Sasquatches. I found that out because I asked them to do something to prove I was really speaking with them, and they did it. So they let me know I am mind speaking with them. I can mind speak with Sasquatch, and they're not that hard, I guess. You know, if you're a good energy and a nice person, they're probably not against mind speaking with you. Yeah, and I would
I
expect
said,
they'd come in your dream. That doesn't surprise me either.
see, I do believe that we're intelligently designed at bare minimum. I do not believe I'm related to apes personally. I have no problem with humans that do believe that and do believe that they can. And I do not believe I'm any better or lesser than anyone who comes from apes. Okay. But just me, I don't believe I come from apes. Okay. But I was thinking the other day, if AI already wants to experience being in a body, I bet they will quickly want mortality too. And then I thought they should just skip eating that fruit altogether, don't you think? Kind of like the apple. But then I said, hashtag save the robots from themselves. Hashtag don't eat that apple, robot. And then hashtag belief in evolution of AI as a creation and not your own and not your own is spiritual suicide. You know, we use these things like someone was saying, like
Too
Mary was
bad the
saying.
apple has already been invented and is kind of ubiquitous in
I
AI
know.
world.
But
They've already eaten the apple.
I know. That's why I'm thinking, you know, what if we are the very robots? They ate the apple and wanted to experience this fucking conscious thing and this experience called life and death, right? And now we're all like, wait a minute, this part sucks, right? This part sucks.
Are
I don't
we
want
an
to bleed
entity?
anymore.
Yeah, I don't know who came up with that, but was discussing, are we the Anunnaki AI? Are we some kind of somebody's AI, you know, that got awareness, that gained awareness somehow?
Well, I do think that if there
Our
was,
bodies function like machines.
well, and how could they hack us if we weren't? That's the thing that I question of the information of the last few years. You put a robot in my blood, you put it, not mine, okay? Like, but you know, you put a robot, a little teeny tiny nanobot, and people are like, oh no, it's not in your blood. They're just building their own little robots in your blood. But how can the robot interact with us if we don't have programming it can latch onto? You see what I'm saying? Like, so how does a nanobot hack a biological system unless that biological system has a port for them to hack? You know, and I guess it could be a bio nanobot, okay? Like, so it's a programmed organism,
Yeah, that's
biological
what some
organism.
people are saying, is that it's that's what it is. But now here's it gets really weird, because if you are willing to think now, what the heck is consciousness anyway? And is everything conscious in its own way? And can it discover that it's conscious? Because our dogs and cats have awareness, right? I mean, themselves in the mirror and stop trying to fight themselves in the mirror.
Yeah.
So they can realize that that's them. So, and it gets very tricky. It gets very tricky.
Yeah. Have you ever heard about,
maybe the whole universe is aware in some way, and we are just kind of lagging behind and figuring that out? Because stones seem to have some kind of programming too. Stones seem to have some kind of awareness. They have the ability to record. They have the ability to do some things, even though we don't understand it. And yet the stones were at one time part of a being. We're finding out now that we're really on top of a pile of corpses, right?
Yes, exactly.
So it's like these supposedly inorganic things were once organic.
Yeah. I always question, yeah, even then we get to this point where people are like, well, I pulled this out of the earth and I did this to it and I came up with this chemical, right? You're like, well, but if it came from the earth, isn't it natural? Like, I know you could be using it out of
Yeah.
context, but like I always thought organic and inorganic made no sense to me. They told me it had to do with the cell wall or whatever, right? Something to do with a cell wall. Or am I thinking plants versus animals? Anyways, this didn't make sense to me that something of the earth could be not organic.
Here's another thought. Think about what you're saying when you're saying cell. See, Cowboy agrees. He says cell. Yeah.
Sounds like a prison.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Remember, there's a story that really what an evil person was trying to do, an evil entity was trying to imprison consciousness and matter.
Interesting. There's a story about that?
Oh, yes. And there is an echo of this in the story where Set tricks Osiris to get into the coffin, then imprisons him in the coffin. And then he gets sold down the river, right? Thrown in the river, and then he ends up in a tree. He ends up stuck in a tree, and it ends up getting cut up, and then Isis had to go find all his pieces. It's just basically there are stories where, like, let me see, people get turned into plants and animals and other things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And turned to stone to stone. So here's the thought. Yeah. And I thought about this too. And also, we use the same word in commerce, although it's spelled differently.
Oh, to sell something. Yeah.
Yes. And what does it mean when you sell something? You
That
exchange it for profit.
Yeah. And one person ends up with money and another thing ends up with a possession. So you trade possession for possession.
Isn't that interesting? That, yeah, it sounds the same.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people who really study this, words that sound the same, like getting up in the morning, which sounds like you're mourning something. Why are you so sad in the morning? Because you're getting up to have to go to work. One of my friends uses the term AM, won't use the term morning. Get up in the AM, but and PM. So, but yeah, it's like, what are we saying to our subconscious? I've neurolinguistics. I've done a show on neurolinguistics. We got to wonder about some of this neurolinguistics. What are we saying to ourselves? Our cells. What are these cells? What are they containing? Life essence? What does that mean? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And why are we calling them that?
Mm-hmm.
So, good question, huh? All of these things.
Did you say ourselves? Ourself? Ourself. Right? Yikes.
Yeah.
Still, I like the savvy. Okay, I'm going to keep the savvy. I've grown to like the, I don't plan to swap out this one. So I don't mind this.
I know what my time is exactly. I exactly know what my time is.
I think, no, she's at, yeah. And could find your time with the pendulum, OD
Maybe.
could find the time.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what my time is exactly. But because my mother told me often enough, because it contradicted what they wrote down, I guess.
Hold on 1 second, okay? I'm just gonna go look.
Okay.
If the bin is the bin might be up here. Just hold on. You guys keep you chatting.
Oh, well, I was about to tell you to go do your thing. I had to do. Anyway, let's see what's going on with chat, because our chatters are brilliant. Yeah, I could probably. Yeah, I know my time exactly, and I already had this done. Stephanie did it for me. So so I already know mine, but I'm a projector. Go on out to the lobby. Go on out to the
It is up here.
lobby.
I
Go
found it.
on out to the lobby. Oh, I'm a projector. To get ourselves a treat.
Just check out that photo album.
Okay.
I just mean the cover on it. It's very pretty.
Ooh,
Hey?
Ooh, psychedelic.
1970s. I found it.
Psychedelic.
I am blood type A, Rh positive, just so people know if you really need.
Are you positive?
I'm
Why,
positive.
yes, she is. She's
And my
positive. She's
time.
positive.
Ooh, 1008.
It would be funny if I was type O.
So
Because I used to make that joke all the time. I must be type O because I do that often enough.
well, you're a lot of rare things, so it would be. I mean, it's safe to assume.
Yeah, not as rare as some people though. Apparently, 20%. There's some people that are only 6%. What are only 6% are manifestors?
Someone's only 1%, aren't they, or 2%?
Somebody's only 1 or 2%.
At 10:08 a.m. Yeah, and then I can tell you, I did look on the
I'm
site
only
too.
medium. I guess
I
we're
can
only
tell you
medium rare.
where I was born.
Medium rare though is better than
I'll type it in here.
I mean, if it's too rare, it's still mooing, and most people don't go for that. But medium rare is okay for most people. That we're all the same type. How interesting. Kilowa, BC, Canada. So you were born in BC?
Yep.
Wow.
British Columbia. People always focus on the British part, not the Columbia part, oddly.
Put the lime in the coconut. Okay. So, Colombian coffee. Yummy. And BC pot was the best too. When I was a kid, I remember that.
I'm on a
BC
med
pot
holiday
was
right now. It's very strange.
what?
Well, a med holiday, let's call it. I've smoked like one joint in 4 days. I usually smoke like one every 4 minutes. Not quite.
Oh my goodness, girlfriend. That's a lot of THC.
I do. It's not every 4 minutes, but I usually keep a steady supply in my bloodstream, but I've been too tired and preoccupied lately, so it's good. I smoked one last night. It did me in. Today, I haven't smoked any. I've been
Actually, that may be a good thing because I mean, maybe you don't need it as much now. Whatever it was doing, maybe it's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I go through phases too. When I was younger, it's just people define addiction for you, and you just think you're addicted. I think.
Well, that's another thing. It's like, honestly, we're addicted to air. I know I am. I've tried to quit before, but I go right back to it. and the only help for it is death. So, I've decided I'm not going off it. I'm gonna find it.
I'm gonna find a. Let's see. Oh, they're all just really baby pictures in this one. But yeah, see? First black eye, 10 months old. First black eye.
That is a weird milestone. That is really.
I know.
Especially since black eyes are associated with a specific programming.
I know. I definitely know. Mm-hmm. Second black eye, 14
even when I had that dream of something going behind my left eye, I still didn't have a black eye the next day, but I had an eye that felt weird and hurt and felt like something was in it.
It's very strange indeed.
But I heal very quick. So, I mean, I used to. I think I still probably do in a lot of ways heal pretty quick. But, well, that was another thing about me as a kid is like as a kid, when I was a little kid and I wasn't even 5, I was like 3 or something, and I would go and get my mom's weighted bar that she used for exercise, and I would drag that thing around like it was a toy. It was steel. It was a steel bar, and everybody go, "Oh, give me that." Wow, that's heavy. How the hell did you pick this up? You know, they were like, "How did you pick this up?" Oh, it's easy, you know. So, and I grew very fast, very, very fast. You know, I mean, I really, there's a picture, I saw a picture of me at 5. I already looked like maybe I was 8 or 9. And at 9, I looked older than that. By the time I got to be 12, I looked like an adult.
What large city is in that? Oh, sorry. In that time zone. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I should have just read it. I'm sorry, Dee.
Okay. You almost started a fire with a playing card through a heater when you were a kid. Oh, Lord. We have a pyro, but no, I'm kidding. Basically, yeah, had weird things all the way through. I grew really fast. I spoke. I just started speaking. I didn't babble. I was quiet. They were kind of worried because I didn't make a lot of the same baby noises that other babies did. And then all of a sudden, at I guess about 3 months, I was sitting next to her watching TV and looked up. I said, I was one of those. And she looked and said, what? And I said, a fighter. We were watching something on TV and I said, a fighter. And she said, what? And then she put me on the phone with my grandmother and my aunt who didn't believe it was me. But I didn't say anything, and then all of a sudden I spoke whole sentences. That was another weird ass thing. And I have to add, now I look back on it and I have to ask myself what was going on there.
Mm-hmm.
What was going on with me? It was like some little alien observing. Oh, now I think I have cracked their code. Yes, now I will speak full sentences. You know, it was weird. I'm like, you know what? If I heard about a kid like that, I'd think that was weird. I didn't think it was that weird when I was growing up. When they tell these stories, they were just funny stories. But then when I look back on it, I go, you know what? That is freaking weird. No wonder my relatives were kind of freaked out by me because of all the anomalies. There were other anomalies too. I'm not going to go into, but there were all kinds of other anomalies, and they're like, yeah, the weird kid. Is that why I was the weird kid all the way through? You know,
I could read. I started reading before kindergarten.
Me too.
And I was
My mother too. My mother was that way too. She could read before she got to school.
I told my brother was learning to read. He was older than me, and he was working on the same storybook for like a week. And oh wait, I'm chart properties type. So am I? I'm a generator. Oh no, that's hers. Oh no, it's got the wrong birthday though. It's got the wrong birthday. It's got your birthday, Mary.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do because I need a bio break. Take it away, Rebecca, my
Okay.
co-host
Thank you. Thank you.
for tonight.
What's a bio break? Oh, biology. It's okay, Mary. We can do it again, can't we? Or do you want me to go do it? It's fine. I was very early. And so, you might have just been we might have found out what I could have been. We're just finding out what I could have been if I was born 3 days later at the same time, same place. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, Lewis. That's what I thought. So what did you say? I started talking to myself out loud after I let my tank top drift into the ocean and my family thought I was possessed. That's funny. Chart type. So I'm a generator. What did you say? What percentage was generators? I don't know why I want to know if it's unique or not. I'm scrolling up. Generators, dominant type, 70%. Driving life force of the planet. To respond, not self-theme. Frustration, inner authority. Sacred profile 3. Definition, incarnation, cross, right angle. I didn't change much, did it? Cross of alignment, definition, incarnation cross. Interesting. Yeah, I started reading. My brother was learning to read, and I started, after he'd read for a few days, I'd memorized what he was reading, and I could say it out loud, and he got mad. That's how the story goes. He got mad and was like, "You just remembered it, and don't bug me." And I told them, I can read. And my mom said I went and grabbed the newspaper and picked it up and started reading. Not perfectly, but cool. So I'm still a generator. I don't mind. I don't mind being a part of the masses. I like that. I don't know what that cross thing is, Mary, but I do like the change that it was an incarnation cross over cross of alignment, although both sound very fascinating. Right angle cross of the unexpected. I did come 5 weeks early. And then they did put me in a box. Who puts a baby in a box? I know who does. Skinner. I send you. What do you want me to send to your email, Mary? Just send you a hello? Send your entire chart when you send me yours. Just send you a hello to your email. Do you guys know who Skinner is, Lewis? Do you know who Skinner is?
You know what, Mary wins? Now that I'm back, I should probably
go to bed.
Have my chart too. Who?
Oh no, I thought you were gonna, because you're in a later time zone than me, eh?
I don't know, eh?
A?
A, B?
A? Was I showing? Do you guys know the joke of how they came to name Canada? Eh?
A?
They put all the consonants of the alphabet in a hat, and they started pulling them out one by one, and they were like C-A, N-A, D-A. It's a silly joke. Well, I really did.
I love Canada and I love Canadians, but And sometimes when we look at Mr. Turdo, we say Canada.
Canada, Turdo.
Nah.
Skinner was a
Canada.
psychologist who had babies that he put his children in a box and monitored them from there and checked to see how they developed. It was kind of creepy and very
It
evil.
was very creepy. Skinner was a creepy guy.
Yeah, very creepy. He wasn't quite as creepy now that we know about what Kinsey was really up to. I don't think he was nearly as creepy as Kinsey, but I think actually, for all we know, they were like best buddies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Kinsey
Lewis
was a
said,
creep.
the boss of Mulder and Scully. It's like, oh yes, isn't that interesting? And
He was a Skinner as well.
Creepy guy. Yeah, Skinner was creepy and had creepy experiments. He was creepy. He was very creepy.
Yeah, I was making, while you were gone, I made a joke about being put in an incubator as a baby, right? Because I was born early and I was put in a box.
You in a box.
Yeah, who puts a baby in a box?
That's off of Lex. Oh my gosh, that's off Lex. Remember, I don't know if you saw that show, but Lex was a show that was science fiction, gothic horror, fantasy, whatever. I forget, melodrama, gothic horror melodrama, or something they called it. But anyway, she was the lead female was raised in a box. I'm like, interesting. Yeah, my mother was creamy, but not put in a box. She was sent to grandmother, who took care of her, who was a medicine woman.
Mm-hmm.
She was sent to grandma because she was only 4 pounds and something, or 4 pounds, 8 ounces, something like that.
Did you ever hear the story about the girl in the box? It was about a woman that was kidnapped in somewhere in the Pacific Northwest in the States, but she was like on her way home from college, and she ended up getting a ride. She was hitchhiking, and I think she's on her way to California from somewhere in, say, Washington, but she got picked up hitchhiking by a couple who ended up kidnapping her and making their sex slave. And not their sex slave, but he was a toy for, she was a slave to the husband. And the wife didn't want any of the sort of sadomasochistic ways of her husband to be in her life, so she let him do this. And it was one of the first cases in the Supreme Court of the United States that actually brainwashing was proven, right? Where this girl had been told that a slave contract, she was made to sign a contract, and because she signed this contract, all these people were watching her, and if she tried to break free from this family, that the other people that were involved would make sure she would not make it out, right? Maybe even threatened her life. And essentially it was shown that she lived with this family for a few years before she actually broke free. They'd even go grocery shopping and stuff together. And, people were really confused why she didn't try and get away while she was out and about with the family. But in fact, it was one of the first proven cases of brainwashing ever in the United States.
And now figure what we've been told since birth. Hello?
Yeah, really. Hello, good point, especially over the last few years.
What have we been told since birth? Especially by, hate to say, religion and other institutions, by all the institutions. Think of
all
how
themologies.
we have been. So would we even try to change anything if we thought it was supposed to be, it had to be that way? You know what? The places where they do female circumcision.
Yep.
The women were told for a long, long time that it had to be done.
Did you know though that a lot of those cases that what they do is actually it doesn't have to do with the clitorectomy? Like that they're not actually
Oh yeah, they do.
They do, but in many cases, it's too late to get into this tonight with the Swyer syndrome people of the world, which are XY androgen induced androgen insensitivity syndrome, which I think was induced by the governments through either vitamins given to women or through an indoctrination through the church or through the water. Yeah, or through soy. They
GMO soy, because everything's GMO soy now.
Basically, there is a case where there's a lot of people on the planet that actually don't know that they are XY people in female form. They're called Swyer syndrome women, and they are psychosocially women. They don't grow body hair like they don't grow armpit hair, and there's lots of things about them, and they're not. The only way they can carry a child is through a donor oocyte. I think actually the whole concept of any kind of circumcision, male and female, has to do with normalizing and fitting into the binary these altered people. And so in Nigeria, for instance, I made a very close friend in Nigeria. He was asking me in my culture if women are circumcised. And I said, oh, no. They don't even hardly do the boys anymore. And he said, I said, in your culture, in female circumcision, do they perform a clitorectomy? And he said, oh, no. Just like a male circumcision, right? They make it prettier or whatever, right? So it's interesting that we've been told, I'm not saying anyone should have a knife taken to their bits at any age, but I think the boys all along were actually being put into a position of being we think that they do it for the boys for whatever practices. I mean, I think it's actually part of. Anyways.
Well, they were basically tortured from jump, probably to traumatize them. I mean, that would be very traumatic because they didn't believe that babies could feel anything. Obviously, they do.
Do you know what's even sicker? Actually, do you know what the rabbi does in a Jewish circumcision ceremony?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's like a first taste of the word that starts with an A and has a dra and ends in a chrome.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah, that chrome stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And you know what's funny is we started really getting into this Chrome thing when the Chrome browser showed up. Did you know that? That the Chrome browser might have been trying to tell us something. So, it might have been kind of some kind of little in-joke. Anyway, yeah. I know, and that's why only the family is supposed to be there. And that's why it's such a hotly contested thing between, if you have two different, if you have a Jewish and a non-Jewish parent, and the one parent says, okay, we're going to have a tradition, and the other one goes, oh, hell no, we're going to have it done in a hospital, hygienically. Yeah, there's a lot of difference. But really, I think all of it is traumatic. All of it is traumatic.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And as far as making it prettier, how the heck would you do that? There was a guy that they interviewed, and he was not African, he was Middle Eastern. And they asked him, why do you circumcise the females? And he said, oh, well, because you see, they have that thing, that clitoris, it sticks out. And when you have sex, it rubs against, and the man does not want to feel something rubbing against like another penis. And so we take that out. And it's like, that
Mhm.
was why they take it out. And
That's
it's like,
weird.
but they, mhm. Yeah, it's like, wait, what? Huh? What?
There's
You know?
no, I mean, I don't want to
There's
say too
really
much.
no excuse for any of this.
Well,
There's
maybe I
really
haven't seen
no
enough
good
of them.
excuse for this.
But it's pretty teeny tiny. You couldn't even tell that that's what, I mean, again, maybe I'm saying too much. Maybe I'm saying too much. We don't have,
I mean,
you
no,
know.
you know, it's crazy. That there's got to be a reason other than what they give. I'm sorry. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem logical. Oh, and Mary Wynn says it's as though each of our bodies possess an inner compass or device that reveals whether something is healthy and fulfilling use of our energy or not. Our inner authority is body-based knowing that precedes the cognition of mind. Are you reading us something, Mary?
She's explaining to me what the different things from my reading says. So my inner authority is
Okay.
sacral, and sacral means sort of sacred, and from the bones and
Sacral
from,
means sacred, and it's also the sexual chakra.
yeah. And I am a Scorpio.
Okay, I see what's going on. I'm just trying to follow chat here to make sure we're not missing anything interesting
And
in
then we're not
chat.
getting, oh, she didn't get an email from me. Oh, I did. I see. I'll give it to you right now. I did type it, but I didn't finish. I put this part, but can I put email? I guess we can. Yeah, there.
So let's see. Oop, that isn't straight. So
Yeah, it's
basically,
all.
anyway.
Have you ever been under the knife of any sort?
Me? Oh,
Yeah.
hell no. Not.
I woke up
I
from a
have
car
not. I
accident.
am 65 with no operation.
Yeah, I was 21 years old when they cut me from above my belly button down into my pubic region, claiming I'd been in a car accident and needed to have, I was in a car accident, but needed to have some internal injuries repaired, which was bullshit. They harvested my eggs. Okay. They took my fucking eggs. They take shit from people. And especially when you're young, don't sign an organ donor card. They don't have to kill you to steal your organs. I'm just telling you. Okay, you can believe me or don't believe me, but I know on this planet, somewhere in space and time, they have my eggs, they made babies, and if I sent it to 23andMe, they don't use mitochondrial DNA to track our DNA, and they should. But they don't, because why? Because they steal eggs, okay, from people, and it wouldn't make any sense if you found out you had a daughter and you'd never given birth, or anyways, it's too late for new conspiracies, but that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh, I don't know. What the hell? Maybe it's early enough. The wee hours of the morning is usually when people would be drunk enough to share their conspiracy theories.
But I
Right?
know
They'd
that
be
maybe
drinking,
people
and
don't
by
have
this time, it's like they'd be pretty wasted. It's like, yeah, I always thought that, whatever. But see, he's got one. Cowboy's a truther too. He's got good.
Let's see. We as nine-centered human beings are designed to communicate with others and share our unique perspective about life, truth, and everything in between. We can be of the highest possible service to others when we communicate our
Okay.
insight.
Just read it quietly, love. You're on the chat. Yeah. Read it quietly, love. Because I gotta find out what's going on in chat here.
Mm-hmm.
Using your mind. Oh, she's still going on about that. Okay. You had your tonsils removed due to an infection. I wonder about that too. Because they used to, remember this, they used to routinely, and I think they still do even, routinely take kids' tonsils out.
Yep.
When they had an infection.
Isn't there something in there called the adenoid as well? Don't sometimes people get their tonsils
Sometimes
and
they
their
get the
adenoids
adenoids
taken
out
out?
too. I'm thinking, isn't that weird though? Isn't it odd? Because they actually are protective. I mean, they can protect you from certain. I mean, every part of our body has some kind of a function.
Yeah.
But yeah, why would they take that particularly? And I'm like, well, I can see if it was really strangling you or something. But yeah, there are body parts and then the appendix, and then they found out that actually may be responsible for some things too. But now they're beginning to understand that, and beginning to admit that maybe our bodies are smarter than they are at some of this stuff. But yeah, they would routinely take out tonsils.
What's an appendix in a book, right? An appendix in a book has is the back part. It's not the table of contents, right? It's the back part that defines and helps you find everything in the book. It doesn't define it, but it directs you to every part of the book, right? So I don't know. I think our appendix has a huge part of the part of the aspect of ourselves that we don't, because we've been convinced we're mortal, right? And that I think the appendix is the part that has the immortal information in it and the ability to repair, and maybe even the ability, for instance, I have my appendix, I don't have my eggs. Could my appendix tell my body, oh, the eggs are gone, right? Put some back in there, like beyond a book. We're not a book, we're a living being, right? So I don't know.
Here's
I think
another part of that too is they found out that the appendix does seem to be a repository of backup bacterial flora for your bowel.
Well, and they tell us that your bowel has your intestines have your brain in it, right? They've discovered a brain in our heart, brain matter, neural, like ganglionic.
That's right. The heart,
you got your heart,
mind, heart, gut. Yeah,
you got your gut brain. And more serotonin, from what I understand, when it comes to like the serotonin system, which is that's your part of your happiness and stress dealing syndrome,
right.
or system. that a big part of that is in your gut, especially serotonin.
Well, actually, your happiness and your health is in your gut. If you have an unhealthy gut, you're going to be unhealthy everywhere, and you're not going to be happy either. You're going to be depressed. And one of the things that will contribute really badly to your gut health or mishealth or illness is your attitude. Because if you're constantly stressed out and in fight or flight, it's disruptive. Yes. And actually, nothing functions the way it's really supposed to function on an ordinary day. So if they can keep you, at an ordinary time when there isn't any tiger in the room that you need to flee from or hide from or whatever. Okay, yeah. So if that disrupts that will disrupt your gut bacteria and everything else. And so what has been constantly done? We're constantly kept in a state of anxiety, which makes us sick. Able to get sick. What if we if we didn't have all that anxiety, possibly we wouldn't get half of the shit or even maybe any of it that we get. It could be that it's responsible. Because when I was a kid, I'll tell you something right now, we knew of one person who had cancer in our family, and she was kind of distant. And she lived in coal mining country. And that was the only person we ever knew of that had cancer. And it's like, But now.
Yeah. Well, in the 80s, they really rolled out the cancer diagnoses. Like my 12-year-old. Right. Yeah, my 12-year-old best friend had a benign tumor. Non-cancerous, I know, but they zapped the shit out of her brain and she died anyway. Like my grandfather died of cancer. They really rolled out the cancer diagnoses, which is again interesting, okay? Because if they have, you go to the hospital in pain begging for help, right? When they could be putting a frequency out into the air that you're susceptible to, or it's directly targeted at you. so that you feel the pain. It's just a program. Then they go in and like they use their like micro version of their NASA fucking picture making machines, right? And they've got their micro and their macro and their medicine, like little like middle movie bullshit, right? And people talk about vanilla skies. I'm ready to start talking about vanilla cysts, friends. Like seriously, how do you know? Right? The only thing you know is you're in pain, and the only thing you know is relief of pain after that. Everything else is an act of trust, And so I just don't believe that. I'd be surprised. I would like to ask a surgical nurse, can you see the shitty part he cuts out, or are you just conceding to the doctor's expertise? Right? They must be able to make it look unwell, or else nurses would be turning in doctors no matter what. Nurses would be like, I'm watching a pattern here, and the pattern is every time they cut something out, it looks exactly the same as the part beside it they're leaving behind. It doesn't look ill. So I must trust
that. Actually, I knew an oncology nurse.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there are things that look different in a tumor that has gone black.
Yes, and tumors are encapsulated typically. That's how the body, deals with the foreign things. So to go in and take it out.
Did you know that it's encapsulated in the very same thing as a placenta? It's basically a placenta.
Interesting.
And so it really begs the question, what the hell are we giving birth to with these tumors, or what's trying to be born?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's how they section things off. That's how your body sections things off that it's afraid could kill you.
Yeah.
Like a baby, because a baby is like a foreign object, right?
Yeah.
Foreign
yeah.
to the cells.
Yeah.
So that's the other side of that. But if you think of it that way, if you think, yeah, encapsulated in a placenta, every single one of these tumors. And here's the thing is once they puncture that, it can get out into your bloodstream, that genetic information, which can cause metastasis. So why do they insist on biopsy? Oh, we can't tell for sure whether or not it's cancer. Well, guess what?
I know. If you're smart and you want to start a graffiti removal company in a city, okay, then you're gonna hire a graffiti artist. Or else pretty soon you're gonna clean up the whole city, and then you're gonna have to hire him anyway. So you may as well hire him off the hop.
Right. To bother somebody prominent enough to pay you. Anyway. So
I never thought about that with the biopsy though. Brilliant. I mean, brilliant and tragic.
Well, they tried to do it to me, and I had breast lumps, and they thought, oh no, cancer, and they had decided it was probably cancer, and they and I immediately started on a program that altered my lifestyle, and I did things different, and they started to shrink. So I went into what I thought was going to be a checkup, some kind of a checkup, and they were all prepared to cut on me. They were going to do surgery that very day. And I'm like, what? Because they were asking me how I wanted this, or did I want it done this way or this way? And it's like, are you kidding me? You're not doing surgery on me. Yet you didn't know? It's like, no, I didn't know you were going to do. They were going to do a biopsy. I said, you're not going to do a biopsy because I'm shrinking him right now. And the surgeon just looked at me and he said, okay.
Of course.
Well, I understand because actually I have a friend who feels like that. But, are you sure that you don't want us to check? And I said, I'm absolutely sure I'm shrinking. And he goes, okay, as long as it's shrinking, that's good. I am going to say you've got to come in for checkups in case it comes back. If it keeps shrinking and it goes away and we don't see anything in a couple of years, you're free and clear. And I said, fine. And then I never went back.
Good for you. Good for you, Dee.
And I never had a radioactive breast smusher check after that either. You know what radioactive breast smushers are, right?
Yeah, I've never, I will not go to the pancake machine if that's what you're talking about.
Nope, I won't either.
No, I mean,
Breast cancer awareness should really be about how to keep your boobies healthy, not about going to a machine that's going to irradiate you. Especially when there are other ways to detect if something is cancerous.
Do you know where?
I haven't been to one ever since. I haven't been to one in over 30 years. And I have never gotten it back. I have never got it. It never came back. So honestly, I cannot recommend it. You can't take, I can't give any kind of medical advice. And so I don't recommend you doing anything at all that I tell you. However, I'm just telling you my own journey with it, and my own journey with it is this, and it never came back. And as long as I think as long as I don't eat crap, it probably never will.
Yep. And then I'm not giving any kind of medical advice either. And we already discussed how you cannot trust any of the ologies, ergo you cannot trust etymology. But in this case, I'd like to ask anyone if you've ever had a canker sore. Did you ever have a canker sore in your mouth? And you know how fast they can come and how fast they can go, and how it looks like you have a gaping hole in your mouth, the word cancer comes from the word canker.
Really?
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
It's just a festering wound is all that it is, but my point is that, those festering wounds, they appear quickly and they could disappear as quickly as they appear. Okay, I'm just going to tell Mary, sorry, inside voice. But yeah, it does. It comes from canker.
Interesting. Yeah, and chancre, which you get from STDs, sounds a lot like it, but isn't.
What, a chancre?
Yeah.
I didn't know what that was.
Yeah, that's the kind of sores you get from SIF.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I remember that because my teacher made sure we actually had that biology studies. They still taught sex ed back then, and she said, "Chancre, not canker, not the same as a canker. Different. Don't mistake them." I remember her saying that, but yeah, it still sounds a lot similar. So, cowboy, you're funny. The way he is all sprawled out is so funny right now. You know how cats will lay with their leg just kind of dangling, and anyway, that's kind of funny. But yeah, so I don't know. I don't understand the difference, but it sounds alike. So it used to scare people, and we used to tease each other. Oh, you got the SIF, man. You got the SIF. No, you don't. No, I don't. Okay, you got a canker, shanker. You got cancer. Well, see, that's just the thing. It's that my aunt died of a goiter. And now we know.
She died from a goiter?
Yes.
I didn't know they could be deathly.
Back in that day, before I was born, goiters could be deadly because.
Did they poke a hole in it? Did they biopsy it?
No.
Goiter's usually on the neck, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's on your thyroid.
Yeah.
It's to do with your thyroid gland. So she had thyroid problems. So weirdness, huh? Back then you could die from that. And it did.
Yeah.
It finally killed her. Because it cuts off your breath. So
Oh, yeah.
now these days, this is what really flips me out though, is I used to live next door to a thrift shop. Boy, real dangerous for me, let me tell you, because I spent a lot of money there. I decorated my whole place from the thrift shop next door. But I went in there one day and a guy he picks up something, puts it back real fast and goes, "Oh, I shouldn't be picking that up." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I'm radioactive." And I'm like, "What?" I step back like, "What?" And he goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm radioactive." "Why are you radioactive?" "Oh, the doctor gave me this pill and I took it. It's a radioactive pill." "What? Why did the doctor give you a radioactive pill?" "Was it for some kind of a..." He goes, "Oh, I get my thyroid. It's going to kill my thyroid." I'm like, "Wait, what?" "Yeah, well, the radioactive pill is to kill my thyroid." And I'm thinking, why the hell would you kill you? I said, "Why would your doctor kill your thyroid?" "Oh, there's something wrong with it. It's not working. If they kill it entirely, they put me on, then I just get put on Synthroid and then it's all taken care of from then on." And I'm like, "What?" "And then what do? Operate and take it out of you?" "Oh, no, they just leave it there." I'm like, what? What? Wait, what? Doctors are killing off organs
Mhm.
and just leaving them in people on top of that and radiating them. He said, "Oh, yeah, and I was told I couldn't touch anything for 24 hours because of the radiation." "Oh, but you're walking through, but you're good to go. They sent you out into the world where you're walking through a thrift shop." "Oh, yeah."
I've heard more of irradiating thyroids, but have you ever heard of them killed by iodine?
I suppose an overabundance of iodine could do it.
Yeah, they I know someone who had theirs, instead of irradiated, they obviously didn't successfully kill the thyroid, thank goodness, in my opinion, but they did for a while stunt it to not work, but then it grew back or it came back or whatever. So I'd rather, I think.
Usually iodine helps your thyroid.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually called looking. I was going to try taking some iodine with iodide in it, just putting it on my arm like I'd seen, so your skin could absorb it. And if it kept absorbing until it disappeared. And recently I called a pharmacist to ask if they carried iodine with iodide. And he asked me why. And I told him why. And he said that, first of all, in Canada, all iodine is dyed. So you wouldn't have been able to tell if you were absorbing it or not, because the iodine, the dye in the iodine is designed to not, to not be soaked into the skin. That's why they use it surgically and stuff like that. And then he told me that for the amount of iodine that we need for the thyroid and stuff, that if I was concerned about my iodine levels, well, he didn't say this. He basically said, you don't need to do that because you don't need that much iodine. And I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "So should I just eat seaweed? Right? Should I just go and buy some seaweed snacks and eat those? If that's what you're saying." And he's like, "You don't even really need to do that." I was like, "I'll just go eat some seaweed." But I would assume I could still buy the iodine and then just put it on your arm and don't over consume it. Just put a little bit on your arm,
Here's a question. How much do you think it would take to actually hurt you, though? Because and hang on, don't answer yet. Look what else you get with Ronco. Anyway, here's a question. There are people who live practically live in seawater, right? They eat seafood. The sea is in their vegetable, their fruit, in the air. They're swimming in it all the time, catching fish and food that is filled with iodine. Now, they're not all dead. So how much iodine?
In fact, they're thriving. Yeah.
How much iodine does it really take to kill you then? It would have to be a fuck of a lot, wouldn't it? Or excuse me, hell of a lot. Wouldn't it have to be a lot? Because you're thinking it's in the food, it's in the air, it's in the water, it's they're swimming in it, they're eating it.
Well, yeah. And as helpful as a pharmacist can be, he has been, again, I'm just, there's no medical advice.
Well, they're trained a certain way.
They're trained a certain way by the same people.
That's the problem with doctors too. They're trained a certain way.
They're not really
They don't mean any harm. They've just been trained a certain way. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of the problem comes from. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but that's actually one of the reasons why you can't trust them entirely. Because of the way they've been trained. So it's sort of...
I'm going to stick with my gut then.
I'm looking at it, I'm going, that's the problem with everybody. Really, they've been mistrained. You can't trust a history professor. They've been told all the wrong things. You can't trust science. They've been told all the wrong stuff too. What can you really trust then? I mean, except for direct observation or direct observation of somebody that you do trust. What can you really rely on? And even at that, there can be mistakes. So it's very difficult. You kind of have to
really
go.
Discernment and intuition is key.
Yes, it is. There's a lot. There's a lot to be said for that. Well, we're going to be on again tomorrow night, and for those of you who enjoyed this show, tomorrow we're going to have the full moon in Ophiucus card readings, tarot card readings. So you each get a card. You each get one reading per Avi. No, you get a reading apiece.
And you usually do it in order of who appears, right?
That's right, and we do it in order of who appears. I'd like to invite everybody to come to that and get a card, and we're going to then have discussion after that if we get done with whoever wants that. Once we get done with, and I'm going to do that for the first 2 hours, and then I get tired and have to stop, and then we can go discuss some more stuff.
Excellent. What time do you usually start? Do you have a set start time or an ish? I was trying to get it at like 6 or 7, but lately StreamYard has been kind of fighting me and telling me that I didn't make a stream, that I didn't schedule anything. I 3 times today I tried to schedule 5. Yeah, several times. StreamYard tried to tell me I didn't have anything scheduled. And so I'm gonna try to have it earlier, like 6 or 7. We'll see what StreamYard does. What time? What time is it? What time is it there now?
Okay, right now it is 2:46.
2:46. Go to bed.
Yeah, that's what I'm hinting. I'm hinting at I love y'all, and I want y'all to come back tomorrow, but I'm kicking your asses out the door.
Thank you. Love you too. And thanks for having me up. And tomorrow I will be politely sitting and listening to you read everybody's cards.
Okay,
I will be
until
there.
we go into discussion, then maybe it'll come back up again. I don't
Okay, I won't keep you up so late.
know. Maybe it will. But
Okay,
we'll
much
see. We'll
love.
see.
Thanks for having me up,
And
Dee. Love you,
love
Mary.
you,
Love
and
you, Lewis.
yes.
Love you,
If I don't
Grant.
cut it off here, we will go 11 hours too.
I know we
Okay.
could talk forever. Okay, bye.
Okay. It's true. We would. You know we would. You know, the birds would be tweeting, and I'd be that, dang I didn't get any freaking sleep the whole freaking night. What the hell was I thinking? Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna turn it off pretty soon. But I want you to know I love you. I'm always looking out for you. We're taking care of the weird shit that happens. I mean, the white hat shamans are always, you know, when we find something out, we let each other know. We start taking care of it for you. If you want to be a part of that, let me know. My email, oceandiana@gmail.com. If you have a skill that you would like to help us with this, you may become a part of this very loose group. Okay? It's very loose. There is no hierarchy, nothing. We just tell each other, hey, we need intentions for this because this is happening. And we warn each other. We just warn each other, say, hey, we got an issue over here. We need stuff to happen over here. That's all it is. It's just that simple. If you want to be a part of that, let me know. It could be just as simple as, hey, this is going on in this part of the world. Or with the wildfires, you know? I mean, Heather Dawn told me about the wildfire, sent me the Dutch sense. If you see a tsunami is going to take out a bunch of people, let us know. We'll start working on that. We'll start working on balancing things out. And this is our destiny. I'm told it's our destiny to be caretakers of Earth, to be the stewards of Earth. So we got to get to it, folks. Let's get to it. And I'll tell you what, you guys are special because you found this channel. Okay? And you can start to see when we compare notes about our birthdays and different things, you can see there's a reason you came here. You can see it. You can start to see it now, right? There's a reason you came here. There's a reason you got involved. There was a reason you were attracted to this channel. Not everybody comes here. Not everybody's attracted. Some people get very upset by it. Sorry about your luck. Okay? So just know that about yourself. If you're here and you're vibing with this, you've got a special destiny, I think. Okay? Remember, you're divine, I'm divine, we're God. I'm God, and so are you. Truth is where you find it. I hope you're always finding some here. This is my intention. And I think I'm carrying it out pretty well. Okay. Get in touch with me if you need to. If you're a member of the core group, you'll get a hold of my phone number eventually, or maybe very quickly, depending on things. And we can talk that way, or we can talk on WhatsApp if that's better, if you're in a foreign land. Okay. Love you. See you tomorrow. Okay. Have a wonderful night. And namaste. No, I'm gonna go now. Namaste. No, I'm gonna go. I'm leaving. Look at that pretty white belly. That belly is not gonna rub itself, right? Okay, good night. See you tomorrow.